think there is a value proposition or a positioning for Bahrain here. If you look globally, many of the other tech sectors have started to pick up very quickly. Property tech is one of the ones that has delayed, has a bigger lag behind the others, primarily because developers compete so aggressively with each other that they don't like to try each other's technology or give a chance to somebody else's technology. They're very protective of their niches.
Very interesting.
In Bahrain, because of our efforts to work together and collaborate with all the developers, in fact, we have a very different mentality. Our developers are very collaborative in nature. They're looking to work with each other and do deals and see how they can do the next deal better and identify synergies. That is the one key thing that will help change the game. We think we have the best value proposition in addition to the best use or the ability to try to give a use case scenario. You have cost competitiveness. We're definitely very competitive in terms of the ways we set up any business here. The cost is cheaper, we're very quick, we're agile, we have funding available from the government. We also have a lot of support and from the government sector pushing this sector forward. In addition to that, we have always boasted our young talent. We have a good, strong set of young kids and young boys and young men with a lot of drive, a lot of talent, trying to push this forward. One thing that makes us a regional player, or can actually help anybody setting up here have a faster penetration into regional markets, is the bilingual workforce. And to simplify that, for example, if you have people like me working with you in Bahrain, selling into Saudi, because half my cousins are Saudi or half my cousins are Kuwaiti, et cetera, you're able to penetrate those markets much faster than setting up as a foreign entity in a new market without much local support. So these are all the factors that I think are essential to creating a good ecosystem for startups. And then we do property as second nature. Everybody here is a property player in the Gulf. That makes us actually positioned very well to take this ecosystem and bring it to Bahrain and play a regional, if not an international role in between Hong Kong, London, and New York.
Great. So I'll now divert my question to Amin, and I'm sure you have so much to elaborate on. Tell me how Idama is trying to disrupt the market of PropTech or try to incorporate it within their buildings.
Okay. So this idea of technology as a disruptor and an enabler, so there's two sides to this. Technology has disrupted the real estate landscape. It's just simply more convenient and easier now to buy goods through the e-commerce. And it's taken a lot of the, especially when we look at global trends, it's taken a lot of the demand away from the traditional large retail malls. And so our feeling is that we need to kind of focus on things that cannot be delivered through the e-commerce channel. And there I pick up from where Ali left off. Leisure, entertainment, destinations where you go and enjoy your time with your family. You may have some convenience retail as part of that, but you're not talking about the traditional big retail malls anymore. So this is a shift in focus towards leisure and entertainment. Creating destinations is a big theme for us. So with the Bilaj project, which is the big beach project that we have on the west coast, we hope to develop a destination there to attract people. With Saada, which is a waterfront project in Muharraq, we're trying to engage with the beautiful scenery and have cafes and create an environment. And the same can be said for Adliya Block 338, which is already a very nice place to go for the experience. And so these are the kind of projects that we're looking at and we're focused on. Technology is also an enabler. So when we talk about things like the terminal, which is our car parks building, we've brought in Ski Data, which is a well-known operator, technology operator for car parks. And so there are a lot of modules that we can add into that to make parking convenient. You can check availability of spaces before you arrive. You can book. So these types of technologies help to enable better access to our real estate, and create a better experience overall.
Great, great. So, Harvinder, now the mic is yours. Tell us, how could property developers or development companies work with you to incorporate the services you can provide and the, just to try to fight air pollution?
Yeah. Well, just before I answer that, I just wonder whether it might be helpful just to perhaps characterize what prop tech, how it's developing, and then
Sure.
contextualize it within what we're doing. I see it in 4 or 5 different ways. One is the automation or the smart internal environment. So what is being built into new buildings today with IoT functionality, what your preferences, all the sort of stuff that we read, that your fridge is empty and so on and so forth. That's one thing. I think the second bit is the internal environment. And here, there are global standards which are now beginning to become clearer and become established and there are at least a couple of them now, which will determine whether you are what we call a well-accredited building. And that can cover a number of things, which includes lighting, heating, the quality of water, the internal environment, and there are a whole bunch of tests that developers have to pass. And if they do, then the building becomes accredited as such and commands a better rental premium or a sale premium. And increasingly, I think people are going to want to work inside of buildings and live inside of homes that have that sort of safe connotation from a well-being perspective. So that's, as I see it, the second aspect of it. The third aspect of it that I see is that construction has always been a very difficult and dirty world in which to operate, and it creates an incredible amount of pollution. And managing that pollution is quite a challenge. And it's very different in different parts of the world. So in Europe, which is developed in a certain way, there are different issues compared with how they might be over here, where the weather patterns are different and the road networks and layouts are different. I think one of the crucial aspects that goes to development has to be urban planning, which has to become, I think, a little more considered and thought through. So reducing all of that back to, what is it that I'm worried about, and which is a global problem. It's this. Air pollution affects all of us. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or you're poor or wherever you're from. In fact, curiously enough, wealthy people who tend to live on the higher mountains and hills actually tend to be more adversely affected by this. And in London, the most polluted area is Knightsbridge, which is the most expensive area in London. So it's an oddity. But I don't expect that in 10 years' time, we will not have deep data on a continuous basis so that people can see what the health impact is of where they live and where they work. That just isn't possible. It's going to impact on health insurance, on life policies. The number of deaths taking place around the world now as a result of air pollution, you only have to look at the UN stats or the World Bank stats, are just staggering. And a lot of this is manageable if we have the data. So what we are doing is building urban meshes. So everywhere where there is a population of 100,000 or more people, we will install around 50 meshes, 50 units. In Bahrain, we would love to install about 1,000 units, which would give continuous hyperlocal granular data. So if you step out of this building, you will know immediately if you're asthmatic from our free app whether or not you should take your inhaler or whether you should go left or right. And we can base that on a whole bunch of different models. So we have a B2B, a B2C offering. There's a B2B offering in terms of the data. So we're hoping to team up with the university here in Bahrain for them to undertake use case research on what's particularly an issue here in Bahrain caused by air pollution, and then producing solutions that we can then discuss with the developers here as to how to create something better. And then that leads us to the B2B side, which is data available to medical institutions, to drug companies, to anybody else who's interested in this, including fund managers, because real estate will start to be affected by environmental factors. The environmental factors are going to drive the value of it, in my view, in the longer term. If you're building an apartment block, which is really surrounded by very good quality air, and the internals of the buildings are very high quality, and they command a well standard, for example, you're going to be happy to allow your children to grow up there and play there, whereas another development, which may be perceived to be in a better place, is actually not so good. So I think we are, with these different aspects, we're seeing a transition of where PropCo is going to go. And I think the final bit that I would say is that hitherto, the property market has been very opaque in knowing how to actually really price something. And I think the digitization of all of the properties that we have, which is happening, whether we're doing that through the work that we do, or through drones, or through any other means that's happening to actually differentiate property, is going to make property a much more dissected and properly valued asset than it is at the moment.
Thank you so much. It was a very elaborative answer, but we're going to come back to you to the solution, hopefully, if we have time. So, Ali, now tell me, please, how do you think your startup idea or your solution that you're offering would help streamline the real estate industry, streamline processes?
Okay, let me go back to 2006. When I started to step out of Aramco to get into the real estate development sector. At that time, I was working with a mission, how to deploy technology in order to improve the real estate development. Actually, at that time, the real estate development was booming, and everybody is moving fast. They want fast profits, so nobody was eager to use new technologies because the traditional way is doing fine. Everybody is getting a lot of money. I start working as a project manager or as executive manager for some of the real estate development just to match the market and to understand this market more. I worked up to 2013 in establishing real estate developments. Through this journey of establishing 3 different companies for different families, I discovered there are a lot of problems in this sector. Then I started understanding the technology since 2013 to 2016. By 2017, I decided to pick one small problem, but it will fill a very big gap, which is the quality of the real estate units coming out of these or those real estate developers. So Ayin is trying to make it easy for the individual to take decision in order to buy or not to buy in terms of quality. So what we do, we optimize the inspection process. We make it easy for the home inspectors to do it in a very short time with a very low cost and delivered in a very short time. So once the individual, he sees the unit and he is just suspicious about the quality of it, here comes Ayin. We send an inspector qualified by us and qualified by the different legislation identities in the kingdom. He goes and he delivers a 7 to 10 pages report, very simple, with a lot of graphics to make it easy for him to take decision in order to buy or not to buy. We believe that there are so many gaps in the market that technology can help in facility management, in quality assurance, even some kind of crowdsourcing for some of the small projects. Technology can help in that. It was not feasible without technology, but now with technology, I think there are a lot of opportunities, and we are in our 17th month, this month. We believe that we are working in 3 cities, Jeddah, Dammam, Riyadh. We are hearing good comments from our customers. We will start growing, inshallah, and we'll come to Bahrain also to help this real estate scene to be more quality assured.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.
So you actually tapped on a very good point, which is the gaps. So now I would like to explore the gaps with, let's start with Amin. So what do you see? Where are the gaps where we can fill with technology in your area or the real estate industry?
So as I was saying earlier, for us, we see gaps in experiences, okay? And so this is really now the focus for us, is what is the customer or the client's experience with this product, this real estate experience. So in the case of Saada, our project in Bahrain, we are putting a lot of effort into spaces, and we used to think traditionally in terms of GLA, which is gross leasable area. That was pretty much the metric that we used. How can we maximize this property in terms of leasable space? And now the thinking has become, how do we create the best experience from this space? So not necessarily building it up to its maximum, but optimizing the space for experience. And so in that project in particular, we have a lot of open space. We have a lot of low-rise buildings. The same thing can be said for our project by the beach. We don't want to have tall buildings because it detracts from the experience of being close to the water. And so you have a different way of thinking now because you're using different metrics as a result of the gaps that we see in the current market.
Right. Okay, now I take the same question back to Ali.
Yeah.
And tell me, what are the gaps that you see that you'd like to be filled with technology or technology-related resources?
Let me take that a bit higher up and take a helicopter view. So there's about $220 trillion of real estate around the world. There's about, I think, so to put that into context, I think there's about $6 trillion worth of gold around the world, $50 trillion worth of stocks, and so forth. Why am I throwing out numbers just instead of just sounding like a Wikipedia? I think the idea is saying that there's such a huge marketplace, huge set of assets that were built for a time and are being built for a certain time, while every day we see those requirements and the game is changing. So if you take that big picture and bring it down to Bahrain size or region size and so forth, I can list 100 assets that are not being utilized to their capacity, were not built to future standards or current standards, were not designed to do what they're doing now or what they should be doing in the future. And then the biggest gap, which is data and availability of data, that will allow us to enable these assets and make them more productive, more liquid, more available to the crowd. If that is not the best way to sum up how much gap there is in the market, I don't think there's another way to do it.
Okay, very well said. Now I'll take it to Harvinder. So could you please tell me, for you, like you've stated a lot of gaps that you've mentioned before, now if we were to build any systems, is it better to have them while the construction is going or development is taking place at the at the beginning, or could we incorporate like the IoT that you talked about just after it's built, after the buildings are built?
It's always possible to retrofit, but it always costs more, as the developers will tell you, and therefore it's better done at the planning stage. And again, if you take the higher view, if you're looking at an overall plan of development, which incorporates the road systems and railways and metros and everything else, and you can construct buildings in locations where that all clicks and works together, that's better. And obviously then you are leading to a better environment. So I very much agree with what you said, which is that there's such a big property portfolio out there, was built all over a vast amount of time, and you can't change it all, but we can build interesting things going forward. But I was very struck by what you said, because one of the things that we have started to see, which could be very relevant in PropTech, is the use of blockchain in terms of constructions of buildings where all the subcontractors are coming in. So who's done what? Have they performed accordingly? If something goes wrong, you can go back and actually check what's happened. So your point about quality control becomes it's part of the due diligence pack, and then it goes all the way through to the valuation at the end of it, where you can see that this is a solid contract with proper due diligence and accountability. So I think that's, to my mind, the introduction of accountability in the development and construction phase would be a big role for tech to play in property development.
Great. So we only have around 2 minutes left, so I'll just take last notes, and it's going to be around, what do you think the future of PropTech looks like? I'll start with you, Ali.
Sorry, again, I didn't hear the question.
The future of PropTech, how do you see it?
Well, I see technology in all sectors will not only be disruptive. I'll just say the same word that my colleague used. They should be enablers. They'll make a lot of, so many businesses, they'll make them cost effective and more productive. So adapt them, don't stop them.
Okay, start with you, Amin.
Yeah, I think I would echo that. There's a lot of efficiency. I would love to see technology being used to streamline processes. The buying and selling of real estate is one of the most cumbersome procedures, and I'm sure there could be a lot of efficiencies gained by applying technology to resolve that issue.
Ali.
Too much pressure of time. But yes, I see the
I can give you an additional, I'm the MC, you get the benefit of getting an additional minute. I hope the team won't mind.
No, I don't. I think I'll sum it up, and I'll probably say the same things all the gentlemen are saying. The future is bright. The gap is huge. We are very early on in the development cycle of adopting technology in multiple sectors, including real estate and all its bifurcations of that sector. So there's so much that can be done, and I think, and because we have a lot of entrepreneurs here, startup guys, young guys with not wearing thobe and distache and so wearing other stuff, they need to listen to this. There's a lot of gap in the market, and they just need to identify, or sometimes just look not very far and see where the value they can provide and the product that will go with it. One thing that I would urge everybody also to look at is the collaboration of this. Sometimes we are too bogged down in identifying one or two solution and creating one or two problem and creating a solution that's too large for that, so it's no longer viable. I would look at coming up with suites or portfolios of solutions that will help create a better synergy and better product, and it will help you scale better in the long run.
Thank you so much. Harvinda, it's for you.
Just very simply, I just think we need to have open minds and create very flexible buildings and not be scared of ripping them up after 10 or 20 years rather than leaving them for 50 or 100.
That's it. On that note, thank you so much. Appreciate your participation on that panel. It was really valuable insights shared with the audience, and I hope you've enjoyed the session. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, since I'm the MC, I might just stay here. So next session would talk about MENA to the world, how to collaborate with international business, and it's gonna be moderated by Hiba Abdel Ghaffar. Nice to see you always. You have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today with such great minds. Okay, so from the name of the panel, you understand what's the topic. If you want to accelerate the growth of your business, international collaboration can be the answer. It can help you improve the performance of your company, improve the products, enhance the skills of your human capital, maybe conquer new markets and win new business. We have here some very interesting startups all the way here from the UK, from different industries. They will share their insights about international collaboration and a bit about their experiences. We also have His Excellency, the UK Ambassador to Bahrain, Mr. Simon Martin. If possible, I will let each one of you introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your business and what inspired you to get into this field.
Sure. I'm already mic'd up. So my name is Emric Toulon. I'm from a company called Inavia Ventures. Inavia developed a technology called Avatar. Avatar enables a user to create a digital representation of themselves from all the data generated by devices the user is wearing, inputs generated by the phone from contextual information, as well as direct data from social media postings to direct inputs on the chatbot. The user can then own and share this digital twin and share it with others to get personalized services in return. We're deploying this in the healthcare sector to enable remote monitoring of patients and also to enable doctors and cardiologists to develop personalized protocols using this data to perform better analysis and prediction of these diseases. Before that, I was in investment banking. What pushed me towards AI, machine learning, and healthcare is a certain curiosity towards technology, but a personal experience that drove me towards healthcare and trying to address issues that just keep growing everywhere in the world. We're deploying our technology in Singapore, in Brazil, in Norway, and hopefully in GCC. And the problems and the problematic that we're addressing seems to be exactly the same, no matter where you go.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Garrett. I'm the International Development Lead for Air Sensor, which is a hyperlocal real-time air quality monitoring service. I was formerly a civil servant before that and a banker before that. The reason I think we're key to come into the Bahrain and the GCC is there's a lot of problem with air pollution in this region, but also the solution, we believe, is here. We have in front of us a very young population, very, very skilled, and then we are kind of hoping that with engagement with partners, universities, etc., we can help to kind of push forward a platform of kind of mutual solutions.
Perfect. Something for the air pollution. That's like, it's an emerging industry and it's something the world really needs.
Yeah.
Okay. Shaun, please.
Hi, I'm Shaun Talukder. I'm the CEO of GeoTourist, which is a travel technology platform. We're building a platform for visitor guidance and to help visitors to travel from one location to the other using GPS technology and audio guides. So essentially, we're a bit like the YouTube of audio guides, where people can find stories in any location in the world left by organizations, local experts, local guides, museums, just to make it easy for people to get enhanced experiences, to learn the stories of each destination from the people who know it best. I started off as a pharmacist. I did that for 10 years and then went into set up a property business. So I've had a bit of an entrepreneurial experiment, which went okay. And then I became an accidental tourist. So I was traveling and had a bad experience, and that inspired me to try and change how people access information when they're traveling and make it much more accessible. So yeah, and it seems that Bahrain is a very interesting destination. I hadn't known about the Tree of Life before, so that was interesting, and I had the pleasure to be taken around by the Ministry of Tourism to the old fort. And that was very beautiful sunset. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the country as well.
Hi, I'm Adrian Sutton. I'm founder and MD of Vortex IoT. So we're an Internet of Things company which is focused on delivering and designing sensors and mesh networks for harsh environments where power source is often difficult to tap into. And the artificial intelligence and data integrity, or the security of the data we generate is critical to operations. So in short, we work with oil and gas and metal and mining type industries. So that's where the harshness of the working environment comes from, and we ruggedize and add some special sauce into our products to enable them to stand up to these conditions. Prior to setting up Vortex, I spent 10 years as a management consultant, so delivering pretty large-scale programs of change across UK and Europe into local authority and manufacturing type industries.
Yeah. Thanks, Eva. So Simon Martin, you've already introduced me. Thank you very much. I'm the British ambassador. My own background is I'm actually an industrial economist. I spent some time in the private sector as well as in diplomacy. My job is to find imaginative ways to build on the extraordinary level of interaction that we have between Britain and Bahrain in so many different fields, and try to synthesize this with the developments that we see here, particularly those being driven by the EDB and the government to diversify and modernize the economy. Governments are often seen as being rather sort of slow-moving, but it might just be worth mentioning that my government has just put out a new industrial strategy. In the days of Mrs. Thatcher, we wouldn't have had one of those, but we do. And the 4 key challenges that they've identified are that we will have to face in the coming years are AI and the advent of AI and the 4th industrial revolution, mobility, an aging population, and climate change. And I think all of those are represented in one way or another by the British companies that we've got here. So it almost sounds as if we did it on purpose. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, very interesting and diverse industries. So how does the UK Department of International Trade facilitate like startups collaboration with the MENA region in general? Are there like certain rules or certain things that can facilitate that?
Yeah, well, the answer is that the government, as represented by the Department of International Trade, is responsible for finding ways of developing new economic relationships. And of course, we have some target sectors that you might expect, like oil and gas, defense, environmental, and so on. But we also recognize that there is a sea change going on in this part of the world, with a new focus on entrepreneurship, on the private sector, on finding alternative ways of funding government, which involves taxes generally, reducing the size of the private sector, and creating opportunities for young people to own their own businesses and manage their own destiny. But of course, that's nothing new about in this part of the world. The same applies in Britain and most other countries. So our concern is to try and find ways of getting synergy between companies and the startup culture in the UK and here. Much of it happens by itself. Governments aren't very good at connecting innovative, fleet-footed young companies, but we can try. So, for example, it was the initiative of my team to suggest that we had a group of companies from the UK, some of whom we see here, come out for this particular event. But also, we have encouraged and celebrated a number of companies to set up in the new FinTech Bay, EDB's FinTech Bay, who are already becoming active both here, and we are now exploring opportunities for them in other GCC markets. We're also going to have a major inbound mission to the Innovate Finance Conference in the City of London at the end of next month. So these are ways in which governments can try to help that interaction, but we're not proud enough to think that it's all about governments. We just try to facilitate.
So maybe we can listen to one of the startup founders, Adrian. How do you think we can translate the long-standing ties we have with the UK into innovation and exchange in talent?
Yeah, I think, well, events like this one is just a perfect example, so our arrival, as the ambassador just said, into this event is facilitated by UK Gov, and these type of events are just so important for us. I've been on several trade missions with the UKDIT team over the last couple of years. We've now got an office in Singapore. That's facilitated really by those early introductions. Getting to understand the market, getting to know the market is so critical. And as a startup, that's sometimes out of reach for you from a financial perspective, or from where do I start? So we get access to an unbelievable amount of information and sort of immersion into those local local economies and territories, and that's helped our business no end. Because the technologies that we work with actually don't respect boundaries. So sometimes as a business we've got to respect our software and the innovations that we have, and actually maintain focus, but actually break into new territories much earlier than we would have thought. And I think these type of events and the interaction that we have with the local community and the facilitation that we can get through the likes of EDB and our connectivity to UKDIT is really, really positive for us.
Okay, maybe Shaun, you can share with us some of the international collaboration experiences that helped you grow your business.
So we're already in 6 continents, which is great. We've had partnerships in various parts of the world, like in America, Australia, and some stuff in Asia. So what we've learned is that business culture is different everywhere. So some places are obviously easier. The market size is obviously a big factor in terms of strategic choosing of where you'd like to set up. And facilitation of business. So my experience of coming to Bahrain so far has been very, very positive. You know, there are neighboring regions who, you know, it's not as easy, the incentives are maybe not as good, but actually the culture of business is the thing that will actually drive the confidence of international businesses to actually visit and explore and actually try and trade with the businesses. So the experience has actually been very, very good compared to our other international experiences as well. So it's, you know, like I said, we've got partnerships in America, we've got some in Asia, and it seems that the Bahrain government is very keen to do business with international markets, and you know, I think the UK you know, can really put a foothold here. So,
Very glad to hear that. Nicholas, I'll ask you the same question since this is the theme of the panel.
I mean, I kind of intimated before, I'm an economist. I was a policy advisor in a former role, and I've just been incredibly impressed with the whole Team Bahrain ethos since I've been here. The EDB is doing absolutely sterling work. I kind of look at it as if you've set out to kind of form best practice, take the best elements that other countries are doing, and then kind of put together a very, very comprehensive package in a permissive policy environment that's allowing you to deliver you know, an excellent experience. My other experiences with certain other countries, which will remain nameless in case they're watching, is that you know, they either use it as a mechanism to employ the unemployable or to generate revenue, whereas the Bahrain government approach, which is to essentially facilitate the growth of business in whatever capacity that might be, is far more pragmatic and far-reaching, will have far more beneficial effects for society at large over the longer term. So it's a phenomenal strategic play. So yeah.
Okay, I'll ask you as an AI startup, how do you think international collaboration can help you grow your business, especially with the MENA region?
It is actually critical for us to have an international span, I think. We're currently working with 3 different continents, and not just for the AI, but it's the AI and healthcare. It's just trying to leverage as much expertise and knowledge from various areas into a single platform. So we started in Singapore in the healthcare sector for 2 reasons. The first one is, as a startup, you need to get to market as quickly as possible. And in the healthcare sector, you do have barriers to entry, regulatory ones primarily. So finding a platform that would enable us to go quicker than in our home market was a critical decision, but also working with leader and key expert leaders in a field like in the healthcare sector and in AI was also why we decided to start in Singapore rather than our home market in the UK. Now, as my kind of everyone said so far, Bahrain seems to have a very strong open approach to business, willingness to collaborate, and in a partnership which is extremely positive. So for us, the GCC in general is clearly a very strong focus for our development, but Bahrain seems to be a very excellent platform to start with, I have to say.
Okay, so I think they are interested in collaboration with the MENA region, and I bet the MENA region is interested in collaborating with them as well. So what are the frameworks that people, or what's the process that they can go through to collaborate with startups like those in the UK?
Well, as I say, it's something that the governments shy away from dictating. But the best way to see it is in sectoral collaboration. And as we see more and more really impressive startups in Bahrain, both entirely Bahraini and with foreign involvement, then what we can do is connect to companies in the UK, but also to other British companies who are already active in the Gulf. We, for example, have 5,000 British companies represented in Dubai, which sadly for Bahrain is the place that people tend to go to first. But only around a quarter of those are active elsewhere in the Gulf. So we have a big target group of companies, British companies who are already present and active in the region whom we can attract here. So that's the best way of doing it. But it's more about actually helping to share the experience and the expertise that in some areas the UK is slightly ahead with, in order to create this vibrant sector here, so that we will then naturally invite and attract more companies to come to Bahrain. The government is doing a fantastic job in this. There's still further ways to go in terms of ease of doing business, and as the British government, we can work with our hosts here to identify and work on ways of improving that still further. I think it's really important to note that in this part of the world there's a lot of competition. Bahrain is very keen to stay ahead of the competition and be flexible. That's really what Bahrain has as its USP. We recognize that, and I know you were going to talk to me about Brexit anyway, Heather, but you know, when the UK leaves the European Union, we will both need and want to be even more active and to build on the rich, deep and valuable relationships we have with traditional partners in many parts of the world, nowhere more so than the Gulf. It's going to be a really, really exciting time, I'm glad to say, to be representing Britain in this part of the world, and you will see a lot more determination, a lot more activity, and dare I say it, even some resources behind it, which is not something that the British government often promises, in order to promote that.
Can I also add, you mentioned the kind of what frameworks there are. I think the critical thing is for any MENA region businesses who are looking at the UK is that the UK is the most open of the major global economies. Despite what kind of people might think about Brexit and things like that, the direction of travel is only to become more open and have the ease of doing business to increase. So it's kind of, given that market entry is exceptionally easy into the UK compared to our European competitors especially, you know, there's less kind of focus on the frameworks and more on the kind of culture of business. And when you've got things like the City of London, which is kind of the world's largest capital market and foreign currency clearing area, the language, etc., you know, the kind of standardized framework approach hasn't really been spoken about as much as it probably could have been. But you know, the UK itself is incredibly attractive as a location.
So maybe I'd ask on behalf of the Bahrain government, what do you think the government should do to attract companies like you to stay in Bahrain and run their business here?
I think the Bahraini government, through events like this, not to repeat my last question, is actually doing all it can, you know. And just speaking to the ambassador this afternoon as well, very, very deep relationships between Bahrain and the UK. And those are always great starting points, you know. So we're actually not strangers. We're not a long, we're a 6-hour flight away. There's lots of what's in the industrial strategy is likely to be in the Gulf's and Bahrain's industrial strategy for what their changing economy looks like. You know, we're a hive of innovation, but actually, once we arrive in the market, you know, the innovation doesn't actually have to stop with the product. The innovation needs to then extend into the type of relationships you have, and we sought to do that with the relationships. So, for example, in Singapore, another nation where the UK had very strong and historical links, We've got a really good partnership, but that partnership is now being bolstered by exchange, where we've got some graduates, they've got some graduates, and we begin to swap them. You know, they'll do 3 months in the UK, and our graduates are going over there for 3 months. So it's about creating not necessarily the framework, but like the environment, okay? Because you know, as a founder of a business and an entrepreneur, what I don't lack is drive and will, and once you get a sniff of opportunity, then you know my radar's pretty sensitive. So if we can then begin to start and structure conversations where we can see value-driven relationships, well, let's try and invest in that, not for one POC or 1 3-month, 6-month period. Let's actually show, commit to, and you know, the best partnerships are built on trust, and that trust becomes two-way. So I always try to look at the opportunities in what's in it for both parties, and where can we take this for 2, 3, 4 years, and let's just create the environment for that. And where the conversations I've had to date, and in the last 3 days, yes, we're speed dating, but we really got to sort of where we want to be as individual customers or partners, and that's the session that we had with the Bahrain airport company laid on by Unbound on Tuesday was just, you know, it's just phenomenal. You know, they're opening up the doors, and at the same time they're wanting to listen. So you can see that's a relationship that has the basis for innovation, not only in product, but in knowledge transfer, in the way we want to work with each other, and then there's value from that.
So do you think this can help your business overcome some challenges it's currently facing?
So we're a 2-year business, and we've got double and treble digit growth, and we know over the next year that we'll do a treble digit growth again if we carry on kicking the numbers like we are. So our challenges are good challenges, yeah, and they're really ones that, yes, Bahrain can help with, but it comes back to how do we make those relationships which are two-way. If we're delivering value into a Bahrain opportunity, and there's value to our Bahraini customer, then it's not overcoming a challenge that we're doing. We're actually just facilitating growth and innovation on both sides.
Maybe I can ask Shaun, since you are in the tourism industry, what do you think governments should do to enhance the industry and make it grow? If you know, Bahrain tourism is one of the main goals in the Bahrain strategy. They want to capitalize on tourism, so maybe you can share with us how they can improve the sector.
Sure. I think Bahrain has an amazing opportunity. I think the one thing that I've seen wherever I've traveled, if you can get your identity correct and understand what the brand of Bahrain represents, then you will have your own unique selling, point. So don't copy anyone else. There's things here that people will travel for. I think it's just more about awareness. I think what struck me when I've come to Bahrain is the openness and just the culture here. It seems to be quite a relaxed culture. You know, there's not that many crowds, so you actually have an amazing opportunity, because people who like to travel, they have this vision of traveling to places where they have beautiful landscapes and these monuments and things like that. But when they actually show up, they're just crowded by people, and it's not a very pleasant experience. Whereas in Bahrain, it feels like there's you can just travel at your own leisure and get a really, really good experience. So that's actually one of the unique selling points to me, and also the fact that you're close to a lot of European countries. So I think going forward, I would look at that as a future market. I know your biggest market here currently is inbound Saudi Arabians. About 9 million people every year, which is a great market to have. But I mean, I've also just come back from Saudi as well recently. And they're obviously going through their own transformation, as we all know about Vision 2030, and they're relaxing a lot of their facility or amenities in the country, and providing more leisure activities for the locals, and for them to actually go out and enjoy and do things. So a lot of the reasons why people may travel to Bahrain might be changing. But also the other thing that they're doing as a longer term play is that they're considering opening up to a wider international market. So there's a good opportunity that actually more people will be traveling to this region anyway. So just through that, there's an opportunity for people to actually see Bahrain on the map right next door to it. So if you position yourself well, your product now well, and give yourself some unique identity, then naturally you'll get some overflow from that.
That's great. Maybe I can ask you, since
Sure.
There's a revolution in artificial intelligence. So how do you expect it's going to be in next 10 years?
It's interesting because obviously 5 years ago, AI was about a computer defeating a player at chess or whatever. And then 2 years ago, it was a computer defeating a champion at Go, which is a lot more complex. And then fast forward 2 years, we have computers that can recognize images, faces, voice within a crowd. And then people started to be a little bit overwhelmed about this new wave of technology that they felt like couldn't really control. Today everyone's focused on IoT and artificial intelligence leveraging this. I think this is obviously the start of it, and we're shifting into what now people call the Internet of Everything. And how do you liaise all this information in something that is sensible for everyone? The next 10 years are going to be really about this. It's like, what do you make of all this information? And you convert this data into knowledge rather than just information. There will be a huge shift, and to me it's almost a parallel would be when the internet started, and once the mobile phone started incorporating the internet, the power of this technology all of a sudden exploded. And the AI is probably around that phase as well. It's like we haven't seen really the full power of it. We found some applications, but ultimately there will be a lot of different ways that can be explored. We're obviously focusing on the healthcare, thinking that it can be a very strong benefit to solve a serious issue with aging population and lifestyle-related diseases, but this is just the beginning.
Nick, your industry is kind of unique, air pollution. So what opportunities do you find in the MENA region? And I think awareness is now is much better about it.
Yes, I mean, to be a little bit cynical, air pollution is the new smoking. Government and various industrial bodies have known that it's been an issue for many years. The public have been largely ignorant or didn't realize how big a problem it was. The Volkswagen scandal kind of blew everything into stark relief. People are now wanting to know how bad the problem is and know what's going to be done about it. The problem is currently data provision is substandard. People know there's an issue. They kind of have these very high cost scientific sensors scattered around the place, but they're not really getting a real-time, hyper-local experience like they're used to from the rest of the Internet of Things and the rest of the way technology has gone. So, in fact, the air pollution space is probably 5-10 years behind where the rest of the technological space is and where people expect it to be. So there's an incredible policy drive to kind of get better data in, and that's the critical difference to, a lot of people want the solution. Well, you can't give a good solution unless you've got good data to underpin the policy choices that you make as a government or as a business. So, for instance, the automotive, the residential, the real estate sectors, they're all interested in increasing their data pools to then use the smart AIs or whatever they want on the back end to kind of go through that data and find solutions for these problems. But yeah, I would say it is a critical issue, and it does need addressing, and someone's going to have to address it, and it might as well be Air Sensor. Shameless plug. But,
Adrian, we were talking about co-creation. This is the slogan or the buzzword in your company. Tell us more.
Yeah, so we work in IoT, and there's no one company in IoT that does the full end-to-end solution. It's impossible, and it would also amount to potentially suicidal sort of vendor lock-in for some of the big players who do so. So we talk about collaboration, and collaboration just feels to become like an overused word. So we talk more about co-creation. In that way, we realize that we're not the full end-to-end solution. We never will be. But co-creation, where we've had some really good conversations out here. We've got some experts in data and analytics. That's great. We'll work with you. Because what actually we do as a business is generate data. We use the term, we put light where previously there was dark, so kind of some fourth industrial revolution Edison where So our strapline is making the physical digital, but in order to actually live up to our strapline, we need to actually partner for success, and that comes through co-creation. So part of what I'm interested in is not just coming here and saying, okay, what are the opportunities for us, and then just run at them. It's like, okay, how do I establish a partner framework or a partner ecosystem with complementary outfits in Bahrain, the Gulf, that allow us to do business, but do it in a co-creative way.
You were talking about the integration of human capital as well. Remember, we were talking before the panel about the integration of human capital as well.
Exactly. And you know, if you then begin to exchange ideas, knowledge transfer, and actually do those exchange programs, you know, you're doing co-creation on a daily basis, not just on a sort of a paper basis. It actually needs to mean something, and you need to see the outputs from that. So we invest heavily in that, because we have to realize that we won't solve. We're not going to go into a Ramco and say, we're the solution you've been looking for all these years. We're not going to go to Babco and say, Dana, this is your eureka moment. Aren't you glad we turned up? We can turn up and we can go through a solution, but it's going to take human capital on both sides with local partners and those working co-creatively. So anyone in the audience who wants to co-create on IoT, we're outside for a few hours more.
Okay, we can talk about the tourism industry since we were talking about artificial intelligence, how it will change in 10 years. Tourism was first, I think, kiosks and tours, and now it's apps, and it's very different. So how do you expect it in 10 years?
So there's a lot more around experience. So there's lots of work being done in AR and VR. Our position, it's all about stories. So we position ourselves as a global storytelling platform because we believe that's the thing that brings things to life. So, you know, you could be walking past a statue. It's the story that the statue will then tell you that brings it to life, not the fact that it's just a statue. Because with the best will in the world, people want to know why it's significant, why it's important, why it's interesting. And if you can get that right, that's what will inspire people to come. And the people who know those stories, and they're the ones that can then share those stories with their friends and families through social media. And then ultimately what happens is that they become the ambassadors that then bring the next lot of visitors. And, you know, people then, you know, they may be people who can do business here as well. So by promoting tourism, you actually promote a lot more than just that. And I think one of the other important things is developing more facilities for the local residents, because making it a good place to live is actually quite important to what we were talking about earlier on. You know, most of the companies that have come out here are thinking quite long term. So when you think long term, you think about, is it a good place to live? Is it somewhere that you would consider settling down? So if it ticks a lot of the boxes, then actually it's not a place where you would think, okay, we're going to go in and out for, you know, within a couple of years, 2 to 3 years, or have a 5-year plan and then out. Actually, you think a lot longer term and actually look at building, and I think that's probably the way forward for most companies and for the, you know, for the government in terms of the strategy.
Maybe we can take it a bit generally, Your Excellency. There is a very strong partnership between the UK and Bahrain on so many levels. But are there undiscovered areas of maybe investment or partnership that maybe people can utilize? Maybe we can bring up some ideas here.
I mean, that's one of the really exciting aspects of the field that we're talking about. You know, there are many traditional British companies who are very well known here, brands. Some people tell me, oh, what's happened to GKN and GEC and so on, and companies that we used to know in the 50s. The fact is that every economy develops. Many of those companies still exist. They're owned by other companies. They've got different names. But the key thing is the UK economy is developing a continuous production line of new companies. We are home to 17 of the first unicorns, the first startups that have become billion-dollar companies. And there is absolutely no reason that some of the companies that we are speaking to, talking about here in Bahrain, could not be the first Gulf unicorn. No, seriously. And that is the exciting thing. Of course, I would very much like that first unicorn to have a very large British involvement. It doesn't have to be British itself. And so, whereas you can't say it's definitely in this area, it's definitely in that area, it is this collaborative ecosystem which is developing here, but is naturally looking to Britain for as Nick was saying, looking to London for guidance and opportunity, which gives me a great deal of hope that we will see this going from strength to strength, as well as in the traditional areas where we are already very strong.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. So if you have any further questions, you can approach here our incredible startup owners and, of course, the ambassador. I hope you enjoyed this panel, and I hope you found it useful. Thank you very much, and thank you for our panelists.
Thank you, Hiba. A very interesting discussion. Thank you so much. Next, we have how are Bahraini businesses building their own future, and it's going to be moderated by Pakiza Abdurrahman, Manager, Startup Bahrain from the EDB. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Aziza. Hello, everyone. Hayakum.
Yeah, come on, guys. Okay, all of you are? Okay. I'm speaking. Thank you.
Masal al-khair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pakiza. I'm the Economic Development Board, and I look after Startup Bahrain. I have the privilege of working with an amazing group of startups that are with me here today on this panel. I'd like to start this session with a quick introduction about yourselves and about your companies. So shall we start with ladies first? Hayat Hala.
Hello and good afternoon. This is Hala Sulaiman. I'm the co-founder for Arawi Media. It's an audiobook social network platform. We're about 2 years old, and we hopefully will be there for a long time. And this is our second time to speak at Unbound Bahrain. We won last year in one of the awards with Unbound Bahrain, and we're happy to share our experience and how much progress we've had since last year.
Amazing. Abdullah?
Hi, my name is Abdullah. I'm an ex-engineer and the founder of Akalati app, which is a mobile food app for parties, events, and gatherings that we've been running for a year. We're part of Flat 6 Labs' second cohort. If you were here last night, you would have seen us pitch. That's about it.
Hi, my name is Hussein Haji, CEO and co-founder of Integrab. People like to call me a serial entrepreneur. I've actually launched 5 startups, Integrab being the 5th. Integrab basically is a market intelligence platform that helps retailers scale smart. We also have another vertical that helps monetize word of mouth.
My name is Yasser Abdelaziz, CEO and founder of Mala'ab app. So I have a financial background, and I worked for 2 years at Unilever. I'm a football addict by nature, so I then got the opportunity to start Mala'ab.
So our panel today is to discuss the opportunities that are available for Bahraini startups, local startups to scale globally into different markets. So if anyone would like to share with us the feedback, the opportunities that are out there for companies and for startups to scale.
Sure. So if I may start, because actually our startup is actually all about helping businesses scale. Right? So with Integrab, we help many businesses understand or get insight on where the best market for them is, and how to position themselves and station themselves and price themselves according to that market based on actual data. So I can actually say that today, at this day and age at least, in my opinion, maybe it might differ when it comes to the rest of the group here, as scaling is not as difficult as it used to be, especially with the technology that we have now. In some cases, like for us as a SaaS model, we can be global almost instantaneously. Obviously, we need to focus on a region and so on and so forth, but we can be global instantaneously. as opposed to a more not direct or B2C model, like some of the, I believe startups, a couple of startups that were with us here, it might be a bit more difficult because they might need manpower on premise to actually work there and onboard businesses and so on and so forth. And that's actually our second vertical does need that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, scaling is not as difficult in terms of opportunities available. The opportunities are all over the place, and Bahrain as a hub, it's an amazing launch pad for us to actually start scaling into the region, the MENA region, and specifically GCC to be exact in the beginning.
Do you feel that a startup needs to be born global from day one?
I think maybe if I can share our story as a Rawi, I mean, we usually like to use this catchline. We say we're born in Bahrain with an Arabic identity because we focus on Arabic content, and with a global outreach being a sort of a tech platform and application. But you do need to have a starting point from somewhere, and usually a place like Bahrain is the right starting point. One, because of its size. Two, because of the nature of the country. In our case, the high literacy rate, the education level, the love of culture, all of this added value to us as an app. And yes, we do need to reach out globally because you already overcome the digital divide with a tech app or with a tech platform. So you certainly need to do that and reach out to the world.
I want to explore the source of energy that you as startups get. So they're laughing because we always discuss the struggles that a startup go through, the different endless nights, sleepless nights. Mashallah, where do you get the energy from, and what's the source of your energy?
If I may start, so what we're trying to achieve since last year is we're starting to build this social community for sport lovers. So once you get within the work of the startup and you get your mind within these numbers, you kind of forget the impact you're having out there. So every now and then, or even when I'm traveling for business, I like joining matches that are happening around. And there I get to meet the people who are actually using the app. And you get people who tell you, I haven't played in like 2 years, and now I play every single week. So you're literally changing my life. So that gives me that drive, that boost of energy to keep going, to know that sometimes we forget that once we get into that growth mindset, we focus on the numbers, but you're actually connecting people. And every single person has their own story.
My personal perspective is, I mean, the source of energy for me comes from, alhamdulillah, I was blessed with a very, very supportive family. So I know, I actually know, it's dangerous to speak about this very, very boldly because I give a lot of my, I mean, motivation that I get comes from my mother. I know it sounds very cheesy, but she actually does help, especially when I feel down. She talks, and takes me up and puts me back up where I'm supposed to be. And my wife actually sometimes tells me to man up every now and then as well, which is really good.
It's a good thing you mentioned your wife. It's a very good thing he mentioned his wife, or he is not going back home today.
Well, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, you got me there. Like, it's a fact. Anyways, going back to the third is being my kids as well. When you see those kids and obviously they don't understand what we do, being data analysis or market intelligence, but for them, when they see our concept or our logo and go like, Dad, I like this, or I love this, it's actually very motivational. It keeps you going. And I think we spoke earlier with Hala about coaching some other future startups as well, and that actually is very motivational as well. Maybe you want to give
So basically one of the things that you end up doing, having your own business or startup is, and also it comes with age, but basically what you end up doing is you mentor other startups and you mentor youth, and they become, I mean, to me, they're the source of energy. They're the source of inspiration because you're thinking based on a specific mindset and you're looking at it from your own perspective. But when you're dealing with other youth and you're talking with them, and maybe most recently an experience was with the Mashru'i, the youth business plan youth program, it's a totally different generation, totally different outlook. They're looking at the future. They're looking at everything. And again, I always say this in different sessions, we've been very lucky because you have the startup ecosystem in Bahrain. You have the programs like the mentorship programs, the coaching programs. You have the financing opportunities. And ideally, the youth that we have are now sort of, they have their own initiatives and their own potential. So you have a full combination for a success story.
Abdullah.
Well, I have to disagree as usual. Not disagree, but just like on being global, if I may go back to that point, it's overvalued. What matters is the market. That's my point of view. Is what matters is the market you're going after. If it's a $50 billion locally compared to $10 billion globally, I would go for the 50. That's what matters. On the energy, I mean, there are a lot of supporting people around you. That's very important. But the drive has to be from you, from within. Everybody has his own reasons. You know, for you it could be the kids, for you it could be your
And
customers.
what about you?
For some people it could be the passion, the achievement. For me it's putting things in order. You know? And the challenge.
Is that your engineering background kicking
yes,
in?
fixing stuff. But for me what drives me is the feeling of the achievement at the end of the journey and putting things in order and the challenge. Whenever there is no resistance, you're not doing anything of importance. There has to be some resistance, and you have to face problems. If 2 days pass and you don't have trouble doing whatever you in your life, you're not living.
But what takes you through that challenge?
Yeah.
Well, you find the next. I mean, it's continuous.
Yeah,
You know?
that's the spirit, right? So, speaking of spirits and encouragement, we'd like to explore what could governments do to empower and to facilitate your journey and your achievement. What could banks do more of? What could different entities do maybe less of? So share with us your thoughts on that matter. What would you feel?
I think my take on this is just, it's very general. I think it's only one word. We just need them to believe in us. It's belief. So as startups, as you know, we offer services that can help government, that can help corporates, that can help individuals. And I'm speaking for myself as well. The data that we provide can actually help an entire ecosystem of SMEs, in Bahrain, in the region, and so on and so forth.
Can you give me an example, Hussein?
So as an example, we can help a retailer that is selling an item that's, let's assume it's made in Bahrain. Make them understand where they can export their product. Because in a sense, we give them the insight for them to understand, hey, so your product is selling mainly in Russia, China, and Indonesia, so you got to promote yourself over there. This is the lead generator to go and find it. So all that data is compiled and shown to that individual in a very, very simple manner for them to understand. And we understand that there's a local initiative called Export BH. There's another initiative that has something to do with export as well in our region. And we would like the opportunity to be able to go in there and pitch for providing that data for them to relay to the market. And with that, we can do so many things. Proof of concept. We can help as many people and achieve our vision, which is helping businesses scale. And at the same time, give a chance for the entire country, in a sense, to increase its GDP as well. So it's not like we're trying to just make money off of this. We're literally trying to help people. We're trying to help businesses. We're trying to prove a point. And belief is extremely important for us when they believe in us. And I think that's basically my...
So you can go ahead. So if I'm going to speak about governments, I believe, first of all, I don't agree with the sense that governments have to directly invest or interfere with startups. I feel that they have to take a supporting role in providing the ecosystem and the environment for these startups to work in. So when it comes to the ministries, when it comes to the legal framework that we have to go through, it has to be really smooth for us and not hold us back. That's first of all. And providing us with that ecosystem that allows us to meet investors, mentors, and just thrive. And by doing that, they just have to provide that environment and let us grow within it. Don't compete with us. Don't start your own initiatives when you know that you have startups who can provide these solutions and can take them forward.
Absolutely.
So that's, yeah.
If I may take the companies and banks. The usual process most organizations, big organizations, go through to validate vendors to them are based on their previous work, based on the amount, the number of employees they have, based on their bank account, and so on, their credit. That doesn't apply to startups. Startups, it could be a team of 2 or 3 backed with technology that could beat a company of 100 people. So what, if I may ask companies and banks to take startups seriously, become more startup friendly, give these startups the opportunity to show you what they could accomplish at lower costs in most cases, much more efficiently and smoother. That ends up helping these companies, even on their bottom lines. If they're all about numbers, even on their bottom lines and their end revenues and costs, that is a big factor that they could actually utilize.
What stops them from being open to
The
startups?
whole startup scene is quite new.
Yeah.
Okay? And it would take them time to adapt that, but there has to be leaders of these companies that are backing up startups.
Sort of role models
to showcase, to showcase, like, for example, we provide catering services, and I can guarantee to you that whenever vendors see Batilco on the invoice, the price would go higher. If they come through us, we could cater the whole year for them for a 20, 30% less cost.
Interesting.
Yeah, but, and this applies to all kinds of startups. I mean, give these startups the opportunity, just look at them seriously and try them, test them at smaller scales. And then basically if they deliver and fulfill what you're expecting, then it could be a complete commercial transaction that has nothing to do with startups or anything. It's just pure business. And that would make sense to them. This would allow us as startups to showcase what we can do to these organizations.
Very interesting. Abdullah, you have something to
I
add?
think also when you say government, the government is already in line because that's where the Vision 2030 and the national economy comes from. You know, the whole plans are actually to help startups and entrepreneurship taking the lead. But I think it's decision makers in certain government positions, maybe something that the startup ecosystem, the Startup Bahrain program can educate government officials, create maybe sort of B2 government sessions where we explain to them how we can support them and vice versa, get data and information that will help us to serve them better. So for example, being an audiobook application, we offer continuous learning, or we can offer continuous education. So perhaps getting the proper statistics from the Ministry of Education, we can create a solution that will cut costs and serve the whole population. And it's open to competition, so not only just us, but at least provide us the opportunity by giving us the data, and one is the belief, two is creating the opportunity.
Amazing.
May I add one thing, please? I always go around. We could take this also the opposite way. What do we need as startups to do to break these walls? Those are resistance to us, basically. And whenever there is change, the whole economy is changing, the region is changing, there will always be resistance. We need to break also these walls, so maybe we need to do some more.
It's persistence,
like
right, for us.
door knocking on these corporations to start and changing how they react to us, I think.
So I was talking about this yesterday. It's about persistence. So for us, one of the biggest dilemmas any startup has in our region is funding, right? So when you knock the door on a single investor once and he rejects you, you're going to knock the door at that investor again a month later, and then a month later, and then a month later, until the investor is so sick of you, he's going to give you that money.
Is that your funding strategy?
Well, yeah, usually it doesn't always work until at some point
I
someone
would keep doing it just to annoy him.
or that. But more or less, it's persistence. As startup founders, actually, it's not just a trend, it's a fact. How does a startup become successful and grow? It's when the founders of that startup and the team in general all take action and actually are persistent. And when there's a challenge, they will always find a solution for that challenge. And that's basically that.
Interesting. If I may ask you about a moment in time where you wanted to tell your younger self something, what would that advice be? So go back to the days of university.
Buy Bitcoin.
That would be your...
Stop wasting time, do something.
So I should have married a multimillionaire. But no, I think probably I said this to myself, and I would say it to anybody in this hall. I would say it to any youth or young people that I mentor, is try. Even if you fail, you know that you've tried your best.
Yeah. Accept failure. I think accepting failure is one thing. And another thing is surround yourself with the right people. That's really important. Unfortunately, when we were younger, everybody would, I mean, it's really difficult to gauge who the person is. And to find a person that will actually improve you rather than degrade you in a sense is quite difficult nowadays. And I know this might sound a bit demeaning to some personalities, but you know, when you're surrounding, the smart person is basically surrounding the one that surrounds himself with the people smarter than him, or people that actually will help him grow, and so on and so forth. So that's something that I would tell my younger self.
So I prefer looking at the future. So I think everything that happened in my past led to where I am today.
Yeah.
So I would speak to my present self in order to impact my future self.
Nice.
And what would you tell your present self?
Continue doing
be more
what you do.
adventurous. Be more adventurous. Maybe try to inspire more and be more outgoing.
But mind you, Yasser is inspiring, by the way. Yasser
He
is a mentor or coach to one of the startups that is, I think, sitting in the audience, Telt right there, which are doing an awesome job. And
it's all down to her, to be honest. So I just helped her in the beginning, and it was her drive, her hard work.
Awesome.
Actually, each one of you on stage today is a mentor to other startups, to other individuals, and I believe, in my opinion, this is the role that we play on a daily basis, is to help others, to inspire others, and try to collectively work together on improving our ecosystem, on improving our opportunities for us to grow and scale. With this final note, I'd like to open it to the audience to interact with us and ask the startups any question you have, any inquiry, any remark. So please let it be engaging. So if anyone here has a question,
and
please
if you're
do.
in the back, please yell.
Yeah.
No?
Come on.
Yes.
There you go.
Tfaddal.
Someone.
Your biggest challenge.
Oh, wow. So
what was your, out of everything, you know, financially, setting up the procedures of the companies, meeting clients, trying to sell, trying to market, what was your biggest challenge?
there are two that I think sit on the same level. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this guy that's just asking me the question used to teach me in college. So, yeah. Right? And I was the highest achiever in his class.
Hey.
Yeah. Anyway, so more or less, no. The two biggest challenges, I think, they sit on the same pedestal. Number one was financial, and because my first two startups were major flops, or major failures. Mind you, I quit a job that was paying me almost 4,000 dinars a month, and immediately, without a plan, and immediately jumped into the first business that I launched, and that failed. And then I launched another business, and that failed. And I was sulking around that time, thinking, what am I going to do? And during that time, I had a 2-month-old, well, actually, by that time, she was around 6 months old. My daughter was there, and I didn't have more, and I say this very bluntly, I didn't have more than 3 dinars in my pocket. I needed to buy milk, Pampers, and figure out what to do for dinner for the next day, something of the sort. And it is quite difficult. I mean, you might not hear this story around in the country because, you know, family will support each other. There's always someone that will help another individual. But I was that type of person that I'm not going to ever go to my father and ask him for money ever again. That was literally how I was. So that was one issue or one challenge. Second challenge would be basically getting access to the right people. So back then, startup was not anything to be known here. So you want to get access to someone that will believe in you to give you funding was literally the most difficult thing to do. Right nowadays it's actually much easier, but I mean, as opposed to before. So, and people that would actually fund you would say, I'll take like the biggest chunk of your business. I'll take 90% and I'll give you the money that you're looking for. And that was extremely difficult as well to find. But alhamdulillah, I was lucky. Don't worry, it's not, I have more than 3 dinars in my pocket now. But I mean, I was lucky to actually raise $1.5 million for my first successful startup. And that completely changed the whole perspective of how things go from here.
And just to add to that, so a lot of people might see the outside of the founder and the company, but I think we've all been through that, and what we go through within the company, and it cannot be described. So we have a similar story. So after we basically got approval on our investment, it took us 3 to 6 months in order to finalize the legal papers and all of that, and to get the money in our bank. So we were literally bare bones, month by month, just living and scraping by. So I remember one month we had just paid our salaries, and I opened our bank account, and it only had 700 fils in it. So I sent it to Ahmed. I'm like, how did we even like manage to get that? So now looking back at it, it's funny. But once you live in it, the stress, the overthinking of what's going to happen is really hard to take in. Yeah.
And the challenges keep you going. You know, you get slapped on the face, you fall, and you think, I'm not going to go up again. And then you sleep over it, and you wake up. It keeps you going. It's a continuous cycle. It motivates you. Failure or any kind of challenges or rejection actually motivates you. I'm going to get this deal, or I'm going to make it happen. The only problem is for example, in our case, we're tech startups and we want things to happen overnight, but decisions take about from 6 to 12 months from different partners or stakeholders. So that's frustrating, but it keeps you going.
I have one small suggestion, and maybe perhaps one of you could deliver this message to the government, because we talked about government earlier. So I think startups need more advisory.
Sorry,
I understand, for example, Temkeen has started advisory for startups when they're funding them. And it was a good idea, but then they stopped it. And I think it was too much manpower required to advise everybody in Bahrain. But I think it's really important. Startups need somebody to advise them.
If I may take that point, guys. It's very important, but what's more important is for the young generation and the startups to get the right information from the right people. So the last thing, I think Temkeen stopped that for a reason. The last thing you want is for startups who are building something, they don't know what it's going to be in the future. And definitely their mentors doesn't know what it's going to be in the future. They're in exploring phase. And have people that are not specialized in that give them advices that would most likely kill them. So yes, it's very crucial for startups to get mentors and knowledge, but it has to be from the right people. What's happening now is that the network in Bahrain, and with a lot of the VCs setting up here, and a lot of mentors are coming and attending these events, is that we have more access to this kind of knowledge. And in previous meetings with EDB, with Temkeen, they knew that, and that's why they're driving this kind of events and this kind of expertise to the country, to provide that actual knowledge that would make these startups go to the next level, and that's very crucial.
Yeah, but I mean, Temkeen is sitting here with the audience, but I can speak about my experience. I mean, there's 3 levels. For the youth, there are programs like Mashru'i and Injaz, and this helps youth. On the community level or the entrepreneurial ecosystem level, there is like the Startup Week, which creates also some kind of mentorship and coaching. There used to be a mentorship program. I don't know if it's still ongoing with Temkeen. And there's also
the accelerators,
there's the
and
accelerators,
the incubators.
There's UNIDO. So there's quite a lot going on. There's also EO Accelerator. So, but if you're lucky, you'll actually find a good business person who's willing to give you their time and guide you. but I think you might need to knock their doors. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this amazing talk. We're going to be around so we can continue this discussion later on, but I think our time's up. I see Daniel is here.
Yeah,
yes.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. And I think also, again, I'd like to thank you, Pakiza, and all of EDB and Startup Bahrain for bringing us here and having us in. It's wonderful that so many startups came from the region. Thank you to you, Pakiza, and to the rest of the organization, and all of you for being involved with hearing about Bahraini startups. Give them all a round of applause.
Awesome.
Right, we're very lucky. Last year, we ran a session of Ask the VC, and it turned out to be quite one of the highlights of the event. And what we're doing now is we're doing it on the main stage. We're very lucky that we've got Mr. Frank Meehan, and we've got Mr. Trey Goody from, we've got Aramco and Spark Lab. So this is a chance, if any of you have any questions to ask your VCs, find out more about that. It's going to be an interactive session. Frank, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate it. I need to grab that, though. Bye. Yeah, all yours. Thanks, Dan.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Hi.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Enjoy.
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be myself and Trey. So I'm going to introduce Trey. Trey is Aramco Ventures.
Sure.
That's it. There you go. And I am the co-founder of Spark Labs, which is an early stage venture fund across Asia. So we're all over Asia. And we do quite a number of different verticals. So this session is hopefully got some founders in here. And we have Trey. So Trey is one of the very well-known VCs in the region, and of course Aramco Ventures, but does a wide range of stuff, don't you? Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't really have to say that much. So Trey will just nod serenely there on the stage. And I'm just going to get out there. Now I've got the mic. I'm going to roam around. Now you can ask anything. Ask about A rounds, B rounds. I was previously on the board of Siri and Spotify, so I've seen everything from early stage all the way up through to C round, D rounds, E rounds. I'm also a founder, so I have appreciation for that as well. So we're here as a mic. Ask us any questions. So who would like to kick off? Who's got a question? Yeah? You got a question? Very good. And you got to tell us a bit about what you do, and have you got a startup? Good.
No trick questions, all easy questions, please.
Okay, don't worry, I'll go easy on
Hi,
you.
Telp.
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you.
So nice to see you as well. So my name's Amina. I'm the founder and CEO of Telp. It's a platform that connects students to tutors. Trey knows me well. I just wanted to ask how you would define like an early stage, because I feel like this is something that can be a bit confusing. You know, some people say you're at pre-seed, some people say seed, other people say Series A.
It's a great question.
It's a bit confusing. So how would you define it?
Yeah.
It's very confusing, and there's no right or wrong answer. I just had this argument or discussion with someone in Saudi that was calling something pre-seed, seed, and then Series A. So I guess logically that flows, but where you draw the line between the different rounds, I don't know. My thought is, you know, seed is early stage, but you asked me, you know, what is early stage? So they're kind of synonymous for me. Seed could be pre-revenue. It might be after commercialization. I think seed usually is maybe a couple $100,000 or less. Again, I wasn't used to, in the US prior to coming here 6 years ago, pre-seed and seed. It was kind of angel or seed and then venture capital. And that for me is a little bit easier to define, kind of in the region as well as my previous life in the US. That's kind of a Series A round is for sure more than $1 million, you know, maybe 1 to 10 million. In the US, it's kind of 5 to 10 million. At Aramco, they call it venture capital, and we have the ability to do very early seed, you know, through venture capital and then growth capital. So the definition of venture capital is also a little bit different than what I'm used to. You're raising money at the end of the day, and I don't know if an investor is going to get turned off if you say you're looking for pre-seed or seed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And one of the issues is that, especially for here in the region, is that if you read all the US advice and the US blogs, they're from a very San Francisco mentality where seed can be like $2-3 million at least. So you got to kind of discount that and ignore it and just think, what is the region? And Trey's absolutely right. You're raising money, and all you need to do is find out who's the match between the amount of money you're raising and what you're trying to do. So that's where I go. Our second question is, when should you approach an investor? I guess it depends on what type of investor, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. The advice that I give is you're never going to be perfect. Okay, I've seen entrepreneurs say, well, if I can just get X, Y, and Z done, then I'll talk to investors, then they'll invest. But there's a fine line between being too early and ready. But I would say if you're close to a milestone that you think is investable, start talking to people now, especially in this region, because it's going to take a long time. Things move slowly generally when you're dealing with investors, but I'd say it's a little bit longer here compared to other markets.
Yeah, it takes a while to build up a relationship. I mean, even in the US, it takes a while. Like, you go and see somebody, in Asia as well, you go see somebody, just talking about who you are. They want to get to know you. I would never say it's too early, really, as long as you feel like you're at a milestone ready to talk. What I wouldn't do is go, hey, look, I've got an idea. Like, I think you've got to have something more than just an idea. You've got to have a product that's, at some point ready
Yeah, and
to
it was
go.
brought up here on another panel. I forget who it was, but I totally subscribe to this. I think you should be talking to investors or talking to fellow Unbound participants regularly, because even if you're not raising money or if you're worried about when the right time is to raise money, you might get a nugget from those people. This ecosystem is caring, is nurturing, and you may get free advice. Someone was focused on the problem, not the solution. So you may think you have the solution, but you talk to an investor and they say, no, focus on the problem and do X, Y, Z, not A, B, C, and you process that and see if it, again, gets you into more of an investable state.
Okay, who's the person who asked what are the top two things? Is that you? Yeah, do you want to tell us about yourself? Yeah?
Yeah, I have different questions.
Yeah. Just tell us about yourself, what you're doing.
Yeah, hi, my name is Suresh. I am the CEO and co-founder of Expressbase. Ours is actually a development platform that helps businesses build business process apps quickly. Trey, you were one of the in the selection panel who selected us for Flat 6 Labs. So I have two questions. One is that, like, nowadays most startups, they call themselves as platforms. Mine is actually a platform, so how do I differentiate between, everybody starts calling themselves platforms. So the question is, like, the money and effort involved in building an application versus a platform are kind of different. So how do I convince the investor that mine is
So just to get that right, does that mean, how do investors look at building a platform versus building an app? Was that?
Yes.
Okay.
So most applications, they call themselves a platform. So how do an investor differentiate between an application and a platform?
Okay.
Because the effort involved is too high for a platform, and the time to go to market is also comparatively higher. And my second question is, like, when I am approaching investors or potential investors, some people advise me that, okay, you shouldn't be asking for too much. Even $150,000 or $200 is like kind of okay for you. But some people say, okay, you should be.
Great. Let's take that second question first. What's the amount?
Yeah,
really?
Some people advise me you should go for 1 million.
Yeah.
But then we don't have enough traction, so I am kind of uncomfortable and confused. So.
Perfect. Okay, I'm not the right person to answer this. I had totally different opinions about this yesterday. So
Well,
Trey,
yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. This is not black and white stuff. It's gray.
Yeah.
He may love it and I hate it, and that's just the nature of the game. How much money to raise, it's important. And if you're raising less money, technically you could or should have more potential interested parties or investors. The other thing that could be advantageous to you as an entrepreneur, because if you're raising less money, depending on the valuation, you could be giving up less equity in the company, okay? And that's a discussion that a sophisticated investor is going to have with you. the other thing, generally speaking, you want to raise enough money for at least 6 months, preferably 12 to 18 months, to cover your cash flow situation and make sure you don't run out of money. And within that 6 to 18 months, you're hopefully building value. So if you raise 300,000 now, that you can raise $1 million in 18 months, right? And the valuation of your company has gone up, so it's less dilutive to you as the founder.
So, and I'll take on the first part of the question, which was the platform versus the app. It's very much depending on the case. So if you've got a platform, if you've got an app and you are Deliveroo or you're doing a delivery thing and you're consumer focused, it means it's an app, right? You don't need to be a platform at this stage. You need to be extremely focused about delivering something very simple. I would always say, you remember the very, very big companies that have come out of the US came from extremely simple ideas and very, very small teams, right? So Instagram was like 2 or 3 people. In fact, it was only 12 people when it sold, or 14, right, for $1 billion. Twitter was 2 or 3 people and did one thing very, very well. Instagram did one thing very, very well, which was, disappearing messages, or whether it's, a tweet or whether it's a photo. They did one thing extremely well. And that's what the most important thing for an app, I always believe at the start, is that it does one thing extremely well and does not confuse the end user what it is supposed to do. And then I think that you don't need to be a platform in that case until you are much, much bigger. And if you're a platform, then you're coming from maybe a B2B perspective or an enterprise perspective, then a platform is important because I want to see you scale. I want to see how you could potentially go for, how are you going to onboard partners easily? And one of the very important things is integration. So, how many other integrations can you bring to your platform that make it interesting? So I don't know if that helps on the question, sort of. Well, there you go. Was my answer better? Or, yeah, whichever it came down. Okay, who's got another one? Yeah? Well, we'll do this one first. Okay. And we'll answer one off the slides.
So I'm running a corporate emotional health startup. And realistically speaking, to disrupt the EAP industry, we need $1 million at least. Right? But I'm very early stage. So Lyra Health, something like in North America, has already got $89 million of investment. So how do I convince you if I'm, pre-revenue? I mean, I'm making some revenue, right? But I know what I'm doing, and we have a very good team. How do I convince you for that $1 million?
Ooh,
because this is
pre-revenue.
Yeah, no, I have revenue.
Okay.
Small stuff. But I have revenue, I have some traction, and I have a big Fortune 50 company about to sign on.
Okay. But have you got a big vision? Have you got a vision that's going to say this is $1 million, I'm going to put $1 million into this?
I'm disrupting and changing the EAP industry for what it stands for.
Okay.
Right? I'm hoping I'll be the one buying Lyra Health.
Okay.
Not Lyra Health buying up.
That's the vision that has to be married to that sort of money.
Yeah, you need 1 million, you said.
For the year.
Okay, for the year. And that'll take you 12 months.
Yep.
Okay. It's not impossible, but as a very early stage pre-seed, kind of first round, it is on the larger end. It's not impossible. Off of a business concept and a pitch deck, software not being built, there's a Saudi gentleman that I'm working with that just put together 2 million rials. Mm-hmm. And I was shocked because, and he did it, it took, I think, 11 people, but he got 2 million rials, kind of in the same, boat as you. It's not $1 million, so it's not impossible. So what you need to do is you need to show that this gets me through 12 months. Preferably you have a 5-year plan that shows, okay, at the end of 12 months, I'm going to need more money or I'm going to be profitable. You show that investor a path to the returns that they're looking for.
I'm profitable ever since, as soon as my first corporate signs on, I'm profitable, right? And I've got my own software.
As soon as your first corporate what?
As soon as they sign on, the first corporate that I'm talking about, the Fortune 50 company in the region.
So why do you need if you can get that first corporate to sign on before the $1 million, it's going to make the $1 million
because I want to build that. Because I want to build on that tech. Because that's just it comes in, I'm profitable, but it doesn't mean I'll be making about $5,000 of profit.
But you're not making enough to do
I'm making like $5,000 of profit a month.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, but if that's the case, I'm not sure. Do you really need $1 million? If you're really talking about building a development platform at that stage, I'm kind of like, why not just do like 400, 500,000? I mean, it's mainly development that you need, right?
Precisely. I said $1 million. Again, this is an open question VC.
Yeah.
I want to understand the mentality behind, okay, if I need $1 million, what do I want to get?
Yeah.
Right? My actual ask is actually lower than $1 million. I'm not really asking you right now. I'm asking the mentality to get there, right? So if I want to be, because in other words, what will happen is people in North America Uber will always be buying out Kareem. Kareem will never be buying out Uber, right? So if we want to sort of like, how do we make it faster and how do I make sure that I'm the one scaling and we're the hub instead of like the Silicon Valley?
Sure.
Yeah, it's all about, the investor is just that. They're looking for financial returns. So you need to be believable, passionate, and show them a path to them investing $1 million and getting $3 million back in 3 to 5 years. That's it, the simple answer. The other thing is, as an entrepreneur, as a former entrepreneur, do as much as you can before you raise money, because every different milestone that you hit makes your company that more valuable, and it'll help you with the valuation discussion.
Who asked, thanks Trey, who asked the top one? Does it matter if you already have an existing idea? Who? Okay. All right. So you can tell us about yourself because you've got a couple of votes for that one, so. Popular question. Okay, tell us about yourself, what you do.
First, my name is Abu Bakr, and I'd like to thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to actually ask a question that has been going through my mind for a while right now. Now, I haven't really started something official, but I'd like to start something in the education sector. So I would like to ask if it is really effective, if it matters to start something already existing, like there are already like TELP, there are other stuff. You see, does it matter?
No.
Is it?
I mean, I would say starting for this, so there are tons. I mean, Kareem is not original idea, right? So Kareem is simply executing Uber here and executing it well within a local market. I mean, there are tons and tons of companies. I mean, in fact, Silicon Valley is extremely good at this, is basically taking an idea from somewhere else, exactly the same idea, putting a huge ton of money behind it, and executing it faster than the other guy. I mean, that's what they do, essentially. There's not that many original ideas in Silicon Valley. A lot of it is seeing stuff elsewhere and just executing it with a ton of money faster. So I don't think that's, my opinion. I mean, I don't, yeah. But if that's not the point, is that the point though? It's like...
Actually, more specifically, because there's an idea, all right? I'd like to adopt an already existing idea and add to it what was already missing in my theory, right?
I mean, that's like lots of platforms are just another platform which was the same as something else that's just been evolved in a better way.
Would it be attractive to investors? Do you think it would be attractive, or would they say just this is already there, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to find, the brand new concept. There's something out there. So that's similar to any idea, and that's reality at the end of the day. What I always want to do, first of all, is become an expert in that industry. When I was starting first businesses, I didn't have Google, and I didn't have Google News, where you can put in keywords regarding edutech or education, whatever you're working on, and you get a free daily feed of any new news in that industry or those specific keywords. So become an expert, and then becoming an expert in your industry also means understanding the direct and indirect competition, okay? Because there are other companies out there. Look first in Bahrain, then look to GCC, then look to MENA, then look to other markets, and find what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. Try to replicate what you think is going to work here, position it culturally for the region. And the other thing, you said you're kind of interested in education. I saw a business plan 3 weeks ago, and they had an edutech concept, and they were going to come up with their own content. And I said, are any of you teachers? And they said, no. So you try to have relevant industry experience in something that you're going to start. More times than not, you're going to be more successful. One of the guest speakers that I had come into my class in the United States before coming here, he had a great story. He said, so if you love shoes, go work for 5 years or 2 years, 3 years, 4 years for the best shoe company that that you found in the market, and then leave and start your own shoe company. And again, you'll know the good, the bad, the ugly, what works, what didn't work with this high-performing shoe company, and then you're experienced in that industry and more apt to succeed at having that experience when you start your own company.
And I'll add on that. So I was an investor in early stage in DeepMind, which is an AI company sold to Google. And Demis, who is the co-founder of that, he went even further. I mean, he basically was like, he'd done a gaming company and sold it, and he was like, I want to do an AI company, and I want to do an AI company which is going to change the world, basically, for a variety of reasons. So he was even, he decided, I'm going to go and do a PhD, and he did a PhD in neuroscience. And the reason he did that is because he wanted to go and meet all the top people in the neuroscience and AI field through Imperial, etc., in London, because he wanted to go and hire them. And he wanted to understand the field, he wanted to understand what was done, what was not done, what had been done, and then he also wanted to identify the talent. So he took a very long-term view. He didn't jump in, he's like, okay, I'm going to take 3 years to do my PhD, I'm going to find everyone, and then I'm going to execute on the company, I'm going to know everything. So you don't, absolutely, that story of like understand your market really, really in depth before jumping in, you don't have to rush it. That's key. All right, who asked the question which was, which has now disappeared for some reason, but I don't know where it's gone. Yes, that one up the top there. What's the best, cleanest? No, we won't swear. Okay. What's the best, cleanest, and most efficient way to pitch a VC? Who asked that one? Well, someone asked it. Wow. Okay, we want to stay anonymous for a very, very good reason. Yeah. Okay. What's the best, cleanest? What's the best way to pitch a VC, Trey?
It's a great question, and there's no, yes, no, black, white answer. What I always do, even in business meetings, there's social media, there's LinkedIn, there's your network. Know who you're talking to, please. Okay. On everyone's, if it's an investor, venture capital fund, look to see what their mandate is. Find out what they're investing in. If I'm investing in healthcare, don't bring an agriculture deal to me because it's outside of my scope. Generally, the venture capitalists invest in their own industry experience, just like the shoe guy or girl that I was telling you about earlier. So in addition to understanding what is of interest to the investor, try to find out how technical they are. You want to generally, when you're pitching something, pitch it in layperson terms. Very vanilla, very plain, but sexy enough to be able to attract their interest, and you want them to be able to ask you questions. They want to hear more. But if you're in neuroscience and you're talking to a neurosurgeon, then you can absolutely show your very technical prowess in that pitch, but you wouldn't do it to a non-neurosurgeon, okay? So understand who you're talking to, and I promise you it will be more effective. The other thing, when you pitch, watch for body language, okay? This is important, and it's a little secret. If my eyes start glazing over, or I shuffle, or I do the very bad this, you lost me, okay? Change that. Don't do that again with the next investor that you're talking to. Refine your pitch over time. Watch for different just human interaction signs that you're saying the right things. You're touching a hot button to, again, get me to want to ask you questions and show interest in your business.
Yep, 100%. Who wants to ask a question? Is there anyone? Yeah? Oh, wait, you asked up beforehand. You can't sit that far up, though. You can't make me walk that far, for God's sake. Come back down here. Right, here you go. There you go. Thanks, buddy. All right.
Thank you very much. I just moved into Bahrain 2 weeks ago, literally, from
Welcome.
the States.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm here first time. And it has been very exciting for me. I have a design agency. It's called Yes Design. We provide an on-demand services for small businesses and even individuals.
Sorry, what type of services?
It's called Yes. It's on-demand services.
Okay.
On-demand print services, which is nowhere to be found here in the Middle East area. What are the 3 prerequisites or requirements for an angel investor or VC to fund actually business? And me as a founder of the business, should I focus more on the money or the business side or building a local team? There's many question marks actually, and I hope you can give me some insights on how to actually get my way through here. Thank you.
Did you say should you focus on building a team or raising money? Is that what you said?
Yeah, what should I
Do you have a team now?
Here locally, no, but back home, yes, I still have my small team in the States, yes.
Okay.
You know, Chris Rogers, a friend, was up here on stage earlier, and he said, when you own your own business or you're an entrepreneur and you run out of toner, you change the toner, you know, so you're going to wear many hats. And when you're fundraising, it can be overwhelming because you're trying to manage now a team in the US, building a Bahrain team here, and engaging with investors, and it's time consuming. It could take months.
Well, let me give you some quick brief about what we actually do.
Sure.
The service we provide back home in the States is done in collaboration with Amazon. So they actually take care of the production and the fulfillment part of it. So we actually get the clients on board, we design the items, and then they take care of the rest.
So why are you coming here?
Here, because the idea is the Kareem of the Uber thing. I'm not reinventing the wheel or anything. It's just that I heard a lot of good stuff about being here, actually, and I think it might work.
Okay, so you want to take what you've done in the US and bring it over here, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a kind of blue ocean strategy for me because you would notice that it's a red ocean there. It's just the competition is just it's a killer.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Do you need money?
Right now, no, not ready.
Not ready, or you don't need?
Not really. I don't need the money now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to build the base and be here.
Yeah, so I commend you for jumping in with both feet to the region. I think there's a ton of opportunity, and if no one's doing that here, then you should have good luck. Amazon has a big presence here as Amazon as well as AWS, so I would leverage that US relationship to help you ease into this market. And you'll find that this market, if you move to Bahrain, especially, it's very supportive. So I would continue doing things like this and getting involved in the ecosystem.
100%, 100%. So we've got 2 questions here. What is the top 2 things you look at to decide whether or not to invest in a startup, and do we need to go angel and VC? So first one, who's interested in what are the top 2 things to decide? Hands up. We've got a few. Who's interested in, do we need to go angel then VC? Oh, well, okay, pretty much even. All right, well, let's do the first one. What are the top 2 things, Trey?
It's not just 2, unfortunately. You know, they say you bet on the jockey, not the horse. So it's definitely about the individual or the management team. And if you look at enough deals as an investor, you start to recognize the kind of entrepreneurs that you want to work with. So the people, yourself as the entrepreneur, absolutely matter. And that's where I go back, become that industry expert, become that passionate person, do something that you like, because that shows. And again, body language, as I mentioned earlier, is also important. But then you have to have a good idea, okay? The idea needs to be good, and it's probably not, you know, the cure for cancer, but understand the direct and indirect competition. And then from there, at the end of the day, they're called investors, right? And so investors don't invest to lose money. So you need to find a way for that investor to invest the $1 million and get 3 in 3 to 5 years. That's what they're looking for, financial returns.
And I would say founders is extremely important at the early stage, because you're going to pivot, you're going to go lots of different places, and I need to know, are you able to, firstly, execute fast, and really, really important, hire the right people. There's a great quote that Zuckerberg said, which is, I never really want to hire anyone that I wouldn't want to work for. And if Zuckerberg can say that, that's the way you have to think about it. I think a lot of founders, particularly in this region, try to do everything. They try to be the best at marketing, the best at product, the best at design, etc. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone who can hire the best product, to hire the best business person, and the best salesperson. I do not want you to be the best at everything. In fact, I really don't, because that's going to be the worst type of company. So I think, you know, you need someone, you need to have a balance, and the founder is so crucial. I mean, we need to, you know, see that balance. And the other thing at Spark Labs, we have literally a policy. We don't invest in single founders. We only invest in co-founders for a variety of reasons. But co-founders, for me, is, on my side, an extremely important thing. I need to see a good balance that can balance off things left, right, and center.
Yeah, that's so key. We missed that. I always say I'm never the smartest guy in the room, and that's true right now. But having said that, to be humble as an entrepreneur such that you can go out and hire people that are smarter than you to be a CFO, that are smarter than you to be the chief technology officer. It's not threatening. Use them. They might make your job easier, but it's not for everyone. A lot of managers globally and in this region, they want to think they're the smartest, and they're threatened if someone has more knowledge than them. I'm not that person, and I promise I've been more successful hiring people smarter than me than buying or hiring lesser people to do jobs that are important. And that will show well to investors if you have the cream of the crop, people that are all, again, on the same level or higher than yourself.
Great. Thanks, Trey. Thank you very much.
Peace.
Thank you, everyone, for coming over.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thanks
Appreciate
for your time.
it.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for your help. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Frank. Next, the last session at Unbound Bahrain for 2019. And it's going to be a very interesting one. I'll deliver the stage to Adil Hamid, the founder and MD from Innovate Design, talking about startup scaling the right way. Enjoy.
Hello all. Thank you very much for making it after lunch. And we really appreciate your attendance, and we'd like to thank all the panelists as well for joining us today. My name is Adil Hamid, and I'm the founder of Innovate Design. It's an innovation consultancy company. We've got Mr. Sahba St. Clair. He's the founder of a company called Touché, and he will take you through his startup and the challenges that they went through and they had to overcome. We've got Mr. Ahmed Darwish. He's the founder of Falcon Robotics. Their company as well, they're as exciting as Mr. St. Clair's as well. And we've got from the support entities, we've got from Bahrain Export, Ms. Aida Al-Mudefa, and Mr. Saleh Abbas as well from Flat 6 Labs, and they will share their stories of how they support startups through the seed stage and up to reaching an SME and growing and scaling up. So yeah, I'd like to give you an overview. I mean, from your side, just please give an introduction about your product and what you do, and then I'll ask you some other questions as well.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. We started this company in 2014. I actually worked in banks for 27 years. I'm a lot older than the rest of the panelists, as you can tell. I ran technology and operations globally. I was CEO of global businesses, but banking world became very boring, right? So in 2014, we set up this company. And the idea was we were focusing, we had three key design principles. One was we were focusing on physical merchants. You know, the whole thing originated, the idea originated from an experience where we couldn't pay for a bill because we didn't have credit cards with us. So the idea of biometrics was at the core of what we did. The second thing was we had to give operational efficiency. We had no desire to give the merchant yet another device, tablet, or gadget. And the third thing was we had to do a lot more than payments, because payments is a very crowded, boring space, to be quite honest. And it's not a differentiator, right? I mean, I personally don't get up in the morning and think, oh, I'm going to go to this place to pay, right? You go and buy something, you have a service, and as a result of that, you pay. So it took us about 3.5 years to deliver the solution. We have a hardware as well as a software component to the Touche solution. And we do the following things for the merchant. We future-proof their payments so they can actually take any kind of payment at all. We give them operational efficiency, remove paper, and improve the turnaround times. We bring the loyalty system to life, and therefore the customers get their entitlements automatically without another friction or another process. Then we do analytics on the buying behavior of their customers, both historic as well as predictive. And we culminate all of that in allowing the merchant and giving them the tools necessary to create very targeted and personalized marketing experience, to marketing campaigns for their customers. As you know, generic marketing campaigns don't hardly ever work. You've got to be a lot more specific based on the needs of your customers. So basically, in essence, we bring what the online world have had forever to the physical merchants, and we try and actually give them the tools necessary to compete.
And you've got a sample as well of the
I
product.
do. I've got a device here, it says Touche very nicely at the back. It's got this biometric sensor, which is technology we import from the US. And it manages the entire experience. This actually replaces the traditional credit card machines that you see in all the stores. I think it's a lot prettier, and it has a lot more functionality.
So, I think your website as well is called gotouche.com.
That's right.
So you can check it out, and you can see the video over there. And as you started this company, I think you started in 2014.
That's right.
What are the challenges that you went through and the lessons learned in scaling up your business?
I think there are many lessons, and I think there's some generic ones we can talk about, and there's some very specific ones, right? So, first of all, don't try and boil the ocean, right? You can't do everything for everybody, right? We're all, entrepreneurs. You have a great idea, and you think you're going to conquer the world. You might eventually, but you have to start somewhere. Quite specific. So focus was, I think, quite key. I think the other thing was, which I had learned through my banking career and working life, was don't try and scale too fast because you will fail, right? You need to have the infrastructure, you need to have the management structure, the processes in order to actually be able to scale in a controllable, successful way. So remain focused. Although you might think your solution works for everyone, focus on a particular segment, and don't try and actually grow too quickly. Think about your funding. We were lucky enough that we could bootstrap the company ourselves. Me and my partner, we did that for a few years, and we had some well-to-do friends and family that actually helped us along. So we didn't have the need for seed funding or VCs up to now. So those are some of the key things.
And then you started aiming at getting a strategic partner as well to help
Correct.
you out.
So the whole thing is, know what you're good at, what you want to do, and don't do things that you're not good at, right? So I know we're an innovation technology company. I have no desire to have a humongous team with loads of salespeople. So what we do, we actually work through alternative sales channels. And we revenue share. We're not greedy, right? So revenue we make, if they help us actually sell the solution, we share that revenue. And also, be very specific about the markets you want to enter, right? So our solution is not for villages in Indonesia, right? We are a solution for the affluent, people that have multiple credit cards, loyalty cards, etc., right? So we specifically picked markets that had the right attributes for us to actually enter. And, again, coming into the Middle East, we don't really know much about the Middle East. So we focus on one particular market, which is the UAE. Our local sponsor is a company by Sheikh Saeed bin Ahmed Al Maktoum. So we have the right partner, the right sponsor, I think, in that market to make an impact.
Excellent, excellent. And can you share a bit more on why you started in Singapore and why are you coming to the Middle East?
Of course. I moved to Singapore in '91 with my banking career. I met a very lovely local lady and I married her. So, it became home. So I've been in Singapore on and off since '91. And, for me, it was the most obvious place to start. The government does help for startups and new ideas. So that was, again, another good plus for us. When we built a solution, the idea was, look, we have to be able to scale this business beyond the shores of Singapore because it's a very relatively small market. So we built this solution to scale vertically and horizontally. And therefore, you know, since the word go, we were building this to be quite big. And we started in Singapore because we knew people, right? You know, again, having been there for so long in the banking world, we could get to the banks.
Yeah.
And then we started focusing on the Japanese market, the Australian market, and the UAE market as our next markets. And hopefully, you know, before the end of the second quarter, we'll have some pilots in all of those 3 markets.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ahmed, from your side, please give us an introduction about your background and why you started Falcon.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Darwish. I'm from Dubai. I studied aerospace engineering. My first job was an aircraft broker. That's the business side. Then I moved to Emirates as a flight ops engineer. Why I started Falcon Robotics is because I actually wanted to compete with Amazon. They're starting their autonomous drone delivery systems. I was like, okay, I can beat them. That's when I started scaling up all the way. And so I started going to all those conferences for drones, events, trying to find the perfect drone, the perfect delivery drone. There's nothing out there yet. So while walking there, I was like, wait a second. There's something missing. There's something missing that I am experienced with, which is flight operations. Why don't we use drones in the flight operations sector? So I got this idea I started working on a patent, a couple of patents actually, there are like 3 patents I'm working on, and started using artificial intelligence. That's where drones, and once you add artificial intelligence to it, that's where robotics combines. And that's where I got the idea. So I shifted away from competing with Amazon. I think they're here. Sorry. And started working on my own thing. I didn't have the funding in the beginning, so I was looking for ways to start funding myself. How do I do that? So I used the background in my aircraft broker. It's just to become a middleman, find demand, find the suppliers. You don't need to own anything. You don't need to buy anything. You just need the proper charisma. You need the proper contacts, and then you'll have the customers, and you just make them work together. So my company is actually just one-person company, and it's doing good. It's doing good for a startup. I started first. I took a big loan, thinking I will conquer the world and everything. I'd made a big mistake. So right now I'm paying up my loan through this company. Once I get my patents done, I will hopefully open up my own manufacturing firm and have my vision be there happening.
And what's the plan to scale up? I mean, you started with the first client, and then is the product yours, or?
I honestly don't have any product.
Okay.
I don't even need an office. All I needed was a phone, computer, and contacts.
And that comes from your brokerage experience.
That came from my experience. Just keep on calling, find where's the supply, where's the demand is, and from those conferences that I went to, I found the suppliers. They're from Europe. There are suppliers locally. Right now, I only deal with local suppliers for bigger projects, which regulations don't allow them yet in the region. I will probably be going to suppliers from outside.
And how were you able to convince the clients, to actually follow that model? Because you basically, it's a one-man show, like you
I didn't
said.
have to tell them that.
Okay.
No, you don't have to tell them that. You just tell them, this is the services that I provide, and we have all those experiences. My background is this and that, and it worked out. And plus, I used some support from the government entities where we have support for small and medium enterprises, and they actually give me some contacts. They help me. They push to support local talent, local businesses, and that's where I got the support as well.
If you summarize the challenges that you faced, or the lessons learned throughout this whole process, what would be the top 3 points, 2 or 3 points?
The top 3 points. First one is state of mind. If you go there thinking your product is the best thing, it will be the best thing. But study it, obviously. Don't make silly mistakes like me. Like, don't go taking the loan and thinking that's it. You're going to find people buying it straight away. Do a good study. The other thing would be find a way to clear your head every morning. Every morning, there's things going on. We pray. That's one way for us to clear our minds. There's also meditation. I tried it recently. Once I started doing that, things just started happening. One very important piece of advice I would give to any startup, inner peace. That's a quote I heard. Inner peace is the new success. Once you realize, once you love yourself, once you find that inner peace, things are just going to come to you. I attracted investors. I didn't even have to go to them. They started calling me. I was like, okay, that's good. So, I mean, I'm still a beginner in this, but it's working. I'm working my way to get more experience in that. So, state of mind is very, very important, and I think that's the best advice I could give to anyone from my very small experiences.
And and of course, your lifestyle got impacted. You studied in the US engineering. You came back. You worked as a broker, and then you decided to start your own business.
Right.
And as you're going through that as well, you transitioned. You had two jobs, basically a full-time job and starting
Actually,
your
I
business.
still have my day job, which is at Emirates. That's one way to pay for my mistake, to pay for the big loan that I did, and. I found time just after work, during work sometimes for like an hour, or during lunch breaks, I would make some contacts, I would call people.
Okay.
So it's all about time management. Time management is also a very important thing in your lifestyle. Try to work out your skills. Don't kill yourself, but try to manage your time, try to manage your life, do some sports, read a book. Reading a book just clears your mind as well, that's part of it. So again, it's just going back to the same point I started with.
Where do you see yourself in 2 to 3 years? I mean, what's the plan?
2 to 3 years, I'll see myself as research and development, just in the beginning phase of building the drones, the aerial robotics, that's why I call them robotics. And I'll have to be challenging the regulations with drones, and it's still early. It's an early stage technology. So that's a good thing. I still have time to work on my products while regulations are changing. And then once I show people that my products can actually help you, regulations might actually, I might get some support to go against the regulations, not just by myself.
Yeah, this is excellent. I mean, the vision that you've got to manufacture your own drones and stuff like that, that's excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. We go to Aida now from Bahrain Export. So, of course, Bahrain Export is a recent entity that was set up in Bahrain to support the startup ecosystem and SMEs ecosystem to export their services. So I'd leave it to you. Please give an introduction about yourself and what you do.
Thank you so much, firstly, and it's really great to be here. Export Bahrain has been launched in November 2018, so it's just a few months old. It's the first dedicated platform in the Kingdom of Bahrain that supports Bahraini SMEs exports to be able to access global markets. So we are a facilitator to that to the global market, and we do support SMEs to be able to achieve that. So Export Bahrain has been developed under the purview of the SME Development Board, which is chaired by His Excellency Mr. Zayed Zayani, Minister of Industry and Commerce and Tourism, and in collaboration with Temkeen. The main objective of Export Bahrain is to diversify export potentials for SMEs, is to improve as well the exporting landscape, and allowing SMEs to think global and to be able to think that they have the whole kind of world at their grabs. Also, we are aiming to boost competitiveness amongst SMEs in terms of internationalization. So far, Export Bahrain has 4 main solutions, given the time frame that we had. So 4 main solutions that we're currently offering. This includes export financing, export credit insurance, as well as trainings and workshops.
And export financing, what does it do? I mean, how can a startup benefit out of that?
Yes. Export financing is a short-term financing solution that we have collaborated with partner banks. For now, we have Bahrain Islamic Bank and Bahrain Development Bank with us on board to support SMEs based on their export transactions. So we, as Export Bahrain, support 70% of the profit rate associated with that deal, as well as 50% of the admin fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And since you're managing the planning department and intelligence department, there is usually, as startups, we find it difficult to find export data, import data, market data that we could use within our feasibility study and stuff like that. How can you help us out?
Right. Actually, with this regard, we're heavily looking into it and studying it. So far, we're working with the International Trade Center that's based in Geneva to develop two main platforms to be embedded within Export Bahrain's website. One looking into the trade maps and the other looking into the opportunities per country for SMEs to look at. And that is because when we've studied the landscape and we've studied the challenges that SMEs are facing with regards to exporting, information is the key challenge that's being faced by SMEs. Understanding which markets should they target, where would my product work best. So with these two platforms that will be launched hopefully by mid-year, we are kind of prioritizing the solution given the need. We'll be able to kind of bridge that gap for SMEs. Yeah.
And you said that you've got an announcement that you didn't share with me earlier.
Yes,
Would you like
actually
to announce
this is exclusive. It's going to be officially announced next week, but I just thought to take this platform to announce for it, given, of course, we have four main solutions that we're currently offering. A new service that Export Bahrain will be starting to offer, starting from next week, is an export readiness self-assessment indicator test. This will be up as well on our website. It's an online platform to which Bahraini SMEs or actually any business at that matter could access this indicator, understand where they fit within their readiness to export. So we've studied the main aspects to which it's important for SMEs to target, which includes their finance capability and how advanced they are in that, how advanced and knowledgeable they are about the product and service, as well as the export knowledge, and as well as the company commitment to exporting. So given these three main aspects to which SMEs could assess themselves, you would be able to understand if you're ready to export or not. I think some SMEs would be in a rush to actually, let me go expand and I think I'm ready, but in reality you're not.
So you're assessing the readiness before they actually go
Yes, which is kind of am I ready to scale up yet? Okay. So this could be a start for to kind of filter the SMEs who are ready, and it's an indicator as well for us to be able to understand how to best support our SMEs.
Are there fees for startups? Let's say if Touche, for example, wants to start selling out of Bahrain. What would be the process? They would go online, they would apply, go through the assessment, and then from your side there will be a key account manager or something like that?
Yes. So far, there's two main streams to which customers could apply. It could go online, or you could actually come and visit us. We're based in Beit Tijar. We're on the 15th floor. You could come and visit us and speak to one of our customer service agents, or you can apply online. We're kind of trying to streamline the process to make it easier for our customers, but there's no fee as of yet associated with kind of benefiting from these solutions, but there's an application form that's ready for you on the website. You could simply submit your application and deal directly with the customer relationship manager from Export Bahrain.
Thank you very much, Aida. Thank you. So we go to Saleh now from Flat 6 Labs. You've got your business development experience. You worked on launching and being the business development arm of Dragon City in Bahrain. And you've been helping out Flat 6 Labs, or leading on the initiative of sourcing startups, sourcing investor deals and stuff like that. So I'll leave it to you. Please give us an introduction on what you do.
So Flat 6 Labs were the biggest MENA investors in early stage startups. We started off in Cairo in 2011, and now we've expanded on into 6 locations. Bahrain is the most recent one. It's actually today is our 1-year anniversary since we initially launched, and we've completed 2 cycles and invested in 16 startups so far. The way we work is that we have each cycle is about 6 months long, and during that cycle we filter down applicants. So usually we have a big outreach program, and it goes local and international. So our ratio, usually we have like a 60-40 ratio between Bahraini startups and international startups. And the way we scout them is, one is through, we have a gigantic natural organic network that we've built over the 7 years of experience that we've had in all the different locations throughout the region. And the other way is that we are constantly attending all the largest startup events across the globe. And we feel that it helps to bring in some international startups as well, because they're coming from a very competitive ecosystem, and they have a lot to contribute when they come here, and a lot of knowledge to share with other local founders as well. So other than that, I also deal with strategic partnerships and consolidating our VC network, which is quite crucial for us, because we're getting at a stage where we invest at a very early stage. So this is usually pre-MVP, before people are like generating any kind of revenue or anything like that. And once they hit that stage, that's when they need to start thinking about scaling. And that's when you require the bigger VCs to come on board and give them larger funds, and for them to go on and raise their pre-series and their Series A. And so we always try to make sure that, over the years we work very hard on our filtration process, and we try to be the first guys that give a validation to entrepreneurs that are trying to get off their feet, and make them viable for the bigger VCs to have a closer look at and to consider raising larger funding.
And as part of the group, I think you've got Sawari VC as well, so you've got that access to that expertise and resources that you can.
Yes, so the interesting part behind it is that actually we originally started as Sawari Ventures under Ahmed Al-Elfi, and so then it continued on to where they felt they had a major gap, and they wanted to invest in well-structured, later-stage startups, but the problem was that there was hardly any around to invest in. And they found that there's a lot of talent out there, but there's 3 major barriers to get anybody into, launching their own startup, which is, one is access to capital, the other one was mentorship, and the third was having a business development network. So they created Flat 6 Labs as a sort of an experiment back in 2011, and they bankrolled it themselves for the first 40 companies or so, to figure out whether, does this model work, and will it produce a lot of companies that then could go on into later stage development and be viable for VCs and create a pipeline to the VCs. And so they had great success in the first 4 cycles, and it ended up becoming a model that countries like Lebanon, UAE, Saudi, and Tunisia were all very happy to, invite us in there and even help support us. And in most locations, most government entities are direct partners with us. So it's turned out to be a very fruitful model, and we've hit now over 200 companies in our portfolio.
Excellent. So let's say if I'm a startup, I come and apply on your website within your cohort, and I get accepted.
Yep.
So you'll help me out in building the pitching to investors, building the prototype. When it reaches the scale-up stage, how do you help me out? Does the relationship continue, or?
Yeah. So we're the same as any other VC. The only difference is the first 4 or 5 months were very intense with our program, where we do a lot of direct development on the founder and on the business model. Because usually you'll find there's a lot of tweaks that need to be made to the business model, and also founders, you usually either get them they're business orientated or they're technical orientated. So you kind of need to find that gap, and whether it's either educating them and giving them the right access to mentorship to fill those gaps, or whether it means trying to find the right co-founder to help complement them in their business. That's kind of how we go about it. But when it comes to them scaling up, we're still like any other VC, which is we usually look at a full exit would be 7 to 10 years. So even with our first company, which has now got a valuation of over $15 million, we've never fully exited. We probably will dilute our shares a little bit so that we give room for other investors to come in when they're raising further funding, and so that the actual founder doesn't feel like they're losing too much of their own equity and still feel like they have the main ownership to their company. But other than that, we would still be meeting with them on a monthly basis, and we still maintain a seat on the board. And we make sure that we use our ties through our entire VC network across the region so that they get the first foot through the door of all these VCs, and they get at least given a chance to be seen and to have an opportunity to raise further funding.
And you help them, you mentioned earlier that you help some of these startups get access to strategic partners that could open doors to them.
Yeah.
And this is one of the services that you provide.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have around 2 minutes for Q&A, so if you have any questions, please raise your hand and تفضل. عليكم السلام.
Founders, most of them are first-time managers. And when the company start to grow, they have to be more expertise in those startups. How do you manage this risk?
Yeah, so this is where it's always important to have a strategic partner as an investor on board, where you don't want someone that to just give you the cash. You need someone that can actually help you through mentorship. So it's a big part of our program is not just understanding how to scale financially, it's also how to scale when it comes to HR perspective. So it's how are you going to set up your organizational structure, and like what's the cultural values you're going to incorporate to control. Because like when you have a team of 4 or 5 people, there's a lot of things that don't need to be implemented to control the team and to make sure that your company culture is maintained. But when you start scaling to a point where you're going 30 employees, 50 employees, 100 employees, it's very hard to maintain the same kind of quality from an employee perspective. So where things like that come in is we have specific mentors that are experts in each field who will come in and advise them based on what they expect their future expectations to be on their growth. And for example, Adil is actually a mentor that participates in our program as well. So,
thank you. Someone wanted to ask a question over there as well. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Abdelal. I have a question for Export Bahrain. First thing, why do you only support SMEs? The second question is, I just started a cheese factory in Bahrain. So what would you offer me as a startup?
Okay. In terms of our support to SMEs, due to the landscape study or the study that we've carried out to understand the demand or the need in the market, we see that the challenges for exporting is from SMEs. Large organizations do not have the same issues, or in terms of the volume, the same issues as SMEs face for exporting. So, and looking into the current data of Bahrain, most of exports are being carried out by large organizations, and that focuses on same fields, aluminum and petroleum as the main fields for exports. But we're trying to diversify the areas, and we believe this diversification will start from our SMEs, and they do consist of a large portion of enterprises in Bahrain. So this is why we decided to direct our focus to SMEs for now, but it's worth also mentioning that some solutions as we go might also be opened for large. So we're not closing the door completely. This is a testing phase for us. We're also learning from the market for the time being, where we will be engaging with the community, with the business community heavily during this period to understand if our direction is also right. But based on the studies, that's why we've decided to go for SMEs. And your second question is what can we offer you?
Yes, I have a cheese factory now. I started producing in the market, the local market here. So I find it a big problem finding a reliable distributor in Saudi, in Khobar or in Riyadh. How to grant my money. Transportation issue, customs is a big pain. We face both sides, either Bahraini side or Saudi
Right.
side.
Right.
So what would Export Bahrain do for us?
Right. For now, of course, these are challenges that we hear on a daily basis from our customers. So we're trying to tap into all of these matters with the workshops that we're carrying out. So we understand that there's issues with custom clearance, and I know that Saudi is the most attractive market for SMEs now due to the due to its large and it's close to Bahrain, but also there are matters of the clearance to Saudi. So we are trying to tap into this through our advisory and kind of the awareness tool that we've activated through the workshops. But also going forward, we are building connections or partnerships we'll start with the neighboring countries for now, building these connections to ease up this process of taking your product from Bahrain to neighboring countries for now. Neighboring countries as well as other countries that we've defined as part of the priorities. So yeah, and there are a number of solutions. Our portfolio might be small now in terms of the solutions that we're offering, but just in 2019, these solutions were more than double. We have 10 new planned solutions that we're looking into. One of which is international marketing, for example, exhibition, matching, which is, I think, would create the best impact for you, matching you with possible importers and the partners to clear your products. The consultancy aspect, studying your markets, understanding which market would best work with you, amongst many of the other solutions. So definitely we can help you now, and we can even help you with the solutions that were planned out for 2019. And we're very happy to have maybe a further discussion later. Yeah.
Thank you, Aida. Thank you. I think we're out of time. If there are no other questions, yeah, more? So we'll use it as the last question. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I have a question for Saleh. When are applications open for Flat 6 Labs Bahrain?
Yeah, so our applications are going to close on the 10th of March. That's going to be for our third cycle. We expect to start the third cycle in around June. So if there's anybody that has a startup or anyone that has any friends that are creating startups, we would encourage them to apply. They can apply going onto our website, www.flat6labsbahrain.com. And we'll review your application and get back to you in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, 10th of March, so about 3 days left for you to get your applications in.
Excellent.
Just a quick thing too. Sorry, what is your selection criteria, or what is the main things that you actually look at when considering a startup?
Okay, so we're not sector specific, we're sector agnostic, and when it comes to how we look at a startup, when you're early stage, it's very difficult because you can't really do it based on revenue, because usually you're pre-MVP and you're not generating any revenue at the time. So one is that we looked at as an innovative solution to a problem where there's a gap in the market. The other part is the founders. So as much as you might have the right idea or a good solution, the ability of the founder to execute that and implement it and turn it into a business is the main thing that we're concerned about. And that plays a very heavy role in our selection criteria, because we usually get over 200 applicants. We narrow it down to around 50, then we do, the whole team will do a video interview with you or in person, depending if you're in Bahrain or abroad. And then we take it down to 20, where we do a 5-day boot camp. And in that boot camp, we put you through a lot of different scenarios where you get a good idea of how strategically you think and what kind of personality you have as a founder. And it gives us a better idea of, if you're the real deal when it comes to being a legit entrepreneur.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have, time is up. So thank you all for joining us today. And would like to thank the panelists as well for giving us their time. And wish you a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for
being here for our Startup Challenge, which is coming up next. This is sponsored by Amazon Web Services. I just want to give you a bit of background about this challenge. So a few months ago, we embarked on a bit of a journey where we wanted to go across the MENA region and run pitch competitions across 3 cities. And we picked Cairo, we picked UAE, and obviously we're in Bahrain and Abu Dhabi as well. And we had a 6 startup pitch, and we picked 3 finalists. We then had them here, courtesy of AWS, on a pavilion where they've been showcasing their products for the last 2 days, as well as competing in additional heats. And we now have 6 selected for the final. They'll be fighting out for a prize, 3 prizes. In 3rd place, we'll receive $10,000 in Amazon Web Service credits. 2nd prize will be $15,000, and 1st prize will be $20,000. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our panel. So we have Osama Al-Saloom, founder of Visala. We have Hamed Fakro, founder and CEO of Startup Factory. We have Frank Meehan, co-founder and partner of Spark Labs. And last up, our very own Darren Murphy, head of innovation of Unbound. The criteria for the 3-minute pitches will be as follows. We will look at the caliber of the team. We will then look at the marketplace and whether there's an appetite for this type of solution. We will then look to see if there's been traction to date. We will also look at whether there's the competition within the industry selected, and we'll also look at the solution itself. So I would now like to emphasize that we'll be keeping these pitches to 3 minutes. Obviously, everyone should be able to sum up their business idea in 30 seconds, so 3 minutes should be ample time. We will then have 2 minutes for questioning, and then we'll have a consultation at the end with our expert panel, and we'll decide the winners. So I'd like to introduce our first pitch. It is Pierre Prona, and he will be representing Status. Please welcome Pierre. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pierre Prona. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Status. Half of all SMEs worldwide lack access to finance. And the problem is due to the high cost and complexity of the risk analysis process for both large financial institutions, banks, as well as fintechs and alternative lenders. And in the MENA region alone, the problem is $240 billion as a credit gap for small businesses. Status provides a risk analysis as a service powered by artificial intelligence, and our API-first solution provides insight as well as automation to both financial institutions as well as fintechs and developers. Our objective is to both reduce the default rate on existing lending as well as open up access to thin file businesses, therefore increasing the total size of the lendable market. So how does it work? Well, we take structured data of both financial and alternative categories, and we use a specific technique in artificial intelligence called deep learning in order to be able to provide faster, cheaper, more accurate risk assessment. The types of data that we cater to are both traditional financial data points, including bank data and credit bureau information, as well as merchant data, such as payments information, alternative data, including social feeds, as well as biometrics and behavioral information, including linguistic sentiment analysis and facial analytics. And this really gives us a comprehensive view of an SME's risk profile. So as I mentioned, we're API first as a business model, but we also provide embeddable UI components to our customers to allow for ease of deployment. And our revenue model is on a per request basis, API access basis, with tiered subscription pricing. So traction to date. Well, we've analyzed over 12,000 small business loans, and in that cohort, we've shown that we can reduce default rates by 70% relative to current market benchmarks. So a little bit about the team behind Status. We've worked together before and previously built a fintech company, which we bootstrapped up to $1.8 million in ARR, working with banks like Barclays in the UK, as well as ICICI, as well as the public sector. The team itself has expertise not just in fintech, but in technology for big financial services. Our CTO, Jamie, previously worked in HSBC's Applied Innovation team, and our chief data scientist, Flynn, most recently won the NASA and European Space Agency hackathon globally for data science. We have 3 specific objectives at the moment. We're currently being accelerated by Startup Bootcamp in partnership with HSBC, as well as Visa and the DIFC. We are seeking further pilots. We have 1 pilot in the region with a large regional bank, seeking further pilots with financial institutions, as well as fintechs. And finally, we're talking to investors about a seed round of strategic investment. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions and talking to you further about status.
Thanks, man. That was a really comprehensive, very well put together presentation. Just a quick one. It is a crowded space in terms of getting data across. Which markets are you kind of going after? I mean, how much of this is self-service?
So we cater towards 2 different categories of data, external and internal. Internal would be at banks, for example, data lake that we could use internal financial data largely that they currently have. But we then also can aggregate and verify and analyze self-permissioned external data, which we provide to a customer the ability to collect that through a widget, an embeddable UI element. So it's a combination of data that the financial institution would already have on its potential users of SME lending, but also data that we collect on their behalf.
I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the traction. You've clearly got good traction at the moment. How much of that is generating income?
So we're only a year old. Most of that time has been spent building out our modeling, which of course is our special sauce, is the use of deep learning artificial intelligence for the purposes of financial modeling, risk modeling. We've just come to the MENA region to go to market. We feel MENA region is ideal for us from the standpoint of really interesting issues around risk and banking and financial services that we can make a significant impact on, particularly in the SME, but also potentially down the line retail lending spaces. So for us really now it's about building out those pilots and POCs. We have 1 already committed in place and we're talking to banks, regional, local, tier 1 global banks, and also fintechs, alternative lenders about further pilots.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pierre, thank you. Well done. We next have up one of Bahrain's very own. We have Ahmed Al-Sanadi, and he will be representing Evno. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ahmed Al-Sanadi, CEO and founder of Evno. Ladies and gentlemen, in Bahrain alone, there are about 300 events. It's already planned this month. The organizer of this event is spending a lot of time to find the right suppliers, advertising their events, if he has building a ticket box or ticketing system. On the other hand, we missing a 60% of this event because we all seen things happen around us, but so late. Or sometimes we don't know about these events. Evno connecting extraordinary events with people. Evno is an automated platform to organize any kind of event, activities, workshops. It has a dashboard for organizer and discovery for our user. And it's available on Android, iOS, and web. Let me walk through our demo. To add a new event, you just need to type the name of the event, select category and type, and click submit. In less than 2 minutes, the system will be check the information and will be approved if the information is okay and go live. Our ad is we have already built-in ticketing system integrated with the local payment gateway, credit max and benefits. Also, we localize by region and we're supporting the Arabic language in our platform. Our dashboard will give you access to our suppliers like flower shops, restaurant catering, venues, and more. Also, the notification feature will be updated you day by day by all upcoming events in Bahrain. However, even though it's free, we just charge our organizer annually subscription until $300. And we have also a commission base between 5 to 15 per ticket. In last 4 months, we have more than 200 active daily users, more than 600 downloads. And also, we have 30 event organizers, more than 70 authority suppliers. And we're very proud to select us by Tourism of Bahrain to pitch our idea in tourism, in World National Tourism event. And we also starting sale tickets. And we sell more than $5,000 in just one event. This is my team. I built apps for 3 years. I have 2 running companies. Sadiq, my partner, he's building a multiple branding. Ahmed, our business development, he have experience in online and offline marketing. We ask $200,000 to increase our marketing, add more feature for our platform, and support our customer. So please, scan this barcode and download the application. Thank you.
Ahmed, thank you. Time for some questions.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
How old is the company?
4 months.
How much revenue are you making right now? Besides
We
the
make,
5,000?
we sell more than $5,000 and we get 10% commissions around $500.
And how much have you spent so far to set up?
We expense in our team. So I'm developer and
How
I
much?
have
Cash.
cash. We don't pay cash.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So you are ticketing company, platform that's organizer came in and register his event and you sell ticket on behalf of him to the
Yeah, and
audience.
also connecting the event organizer with suppliers. So if you want to build the event, we give you a list of suppliers like flower shops, restaurant catering, venues. You just select what you want and build your event through one dashboard.
And your fees, it's based on the suppliers
There are two-
transaction or the ticket transactions?
2 types for fees. We have a subscription for annual, $300. And if you have a ticket and just one-time event, we charge a commission base between 5 to 15. It's depending the number of tickets, the price of tickets, and
One very quick question. Well done, actually. That was very good progress in 4 months. Amazing. Quick question. It's always interesting, the exits in this. So for me as an investor, where do you think this would exit to, or who would maybe buy this, or what would be your plan from an exit perspective?
to increase the market.
Yeah, so me as an investor, how am I going to get my money back?
Okay, so right now we're working in get more organizers. We get workshops, activities. So because this is a daily based event, a workshop and activities, doesn't make money for us and to make the business stable. Until we find the big events, we need to go with these small, medium workshops and activities and small, medium events until we make the business stable. Then when we can catch the big events and we gain a lot of money. So also we planning to go to Saudi Arabia. Just we want like stay in Bahrain for 6, 7, 8 months to check everything, check the process. Then we want to extend to Saudi Arabia because the volume of Saudi Arabia will give us a lot of money.
Thank you. I think we'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. So please,
thank you.
download the application.
Well done, Ahmed. Well, we now have our third startup pitch. It gives me great pleasure as a twin myself to introduce to the stage 2 twins, Asad and Amjad, who represent Lazy Weight. Please welcome them onto the stage.
Hi, let me start by saying, if you are not running Symbol, you are doing it wrong. My name is Amjad Elbow. I'm the Sales and Business Development Director at Lazy Weight. And this is my twin brother, Asad, the CEO and founder. At LazyWeight, we believe that we are simplicity agents. We believe simplicity should not affect only business owners, but rather should affect all the stakeholders, the employees, the customers, and the business owners as well. That's why we created what we called the Simplicity Alphabet. Today, we'll let you know how we created that alphabet. In 2014, at Hangout Coffee Shop, they reached us and told us we need a solution for our crowding customers. We're not able to serve all of them, and at the same time, our customer level is going down. So we came up with a minimal viable product where we created a cloud application. We let the customer to book their waiting ahead in their loved place, and once the table is ready, the restaurant manager sends them notification to come by. Through our relationship with Hangout, we came up to know business pains. We partnered with other partners, and since that time, we understood business better. And we created what we call now LazyWait solution. It's not merely application anymore to manage waiting, rather, it's a solution that do waiting management, reservation management, loyalty program, online orders, and much more. And amazingly, we created a POS. That POS attached to this solution. Now our solution makes the business partners or business owners more wiser. They have more reliable data to base their decisions on. We calculated the market size to be around $2.8 billion only in Saudi. Attainable part of it is $1.4 billion. The optimable part is $70 million. We don't have much competitors in terms of the portfolio of products we have, but we have competitors in the online ordering aspect and the point of sale aspect. We consider ourselves in the affordability and rich feature quadrant in both segments. We have 8,000 application users as of now, 60 customers, and we have total of 300,000 transactions as of now. We have an amazing team. We made this amazing solution by our talented team, and we believe with similar team we can export innovation to the whole world. Why LazyWait now? As you probably know, VAT has been introduced to the GCC country. A lot of the medium-sized, small to medium-sized companies now hesitant on how to do the taxation. We can make this process very easy to all of those business owners. If we could
have the closing remarks there, please. Thank you. Closing remarks, please.
Sorry?
Closing remarks, please.
Okay. So moreover, we can simplify their business and they can run the business easier. We are offering 20% equity on $1 million, 50% of which will be used for new territories, 30% on marketing, and 20% on expanding our smart team. At the end, we believe we've been climbing the cliff for a long time. We need a courageous person to push us to fly and jump over the cliff. And if anybody of here can do that courageously, let's speak aside afterwards. If you have certain hesitations or questions, please raise them up now.
Thank you very much. Well done. Time for a few questions, please.
Thank you, Amjad, for the presentation. Can you go back to the traction slide? The 60 customers, you mean restaurant, right?
And?
Outlet? What do you mean by customers? What's the difference between app user and customers?
Yeah, users, this is the users that are signing up into our application. The customers, those are the customer, the direct customers who pays the bills and pays us directly. They are 60 customers who use our point of sale, and they offer as well waiting, reservation, loyalty program to their customers.
I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the competition that you're facing. There's obviously a lot of incumbent point of sale service providers that could kind of very quickly take over this. What's your strategy to overcome that?
What companies are competing?
So like existing point of sale providers that could kind of take this service in if they
Could you
decided to do
speak
so.
louder a little bit?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
With regards to your competitors, especially in the point of sale space specifically, there's a lot of big suppliers there that provide those services.
Exactly.
What is it about LazyWeight that means that you can take advantage?
Yes. Can I take this question? There is a lot of competitors in the world. Big names, Clover, regionally, FedEx. But what's unique about LazyWeight, it's the localization aspect. There is a lot of solution in the market. But do they fit in the region? Definitely no. Big example, Uber. Uber is a big hit. Then Kareem later, a couple of days came later. He's taken over here. That's what we are doing here. We are doing amazing job like the global competitors, but implemented it locally. We are offering support, enhancement for local requirement.
Also, I would add that it's an overall solution. It's not merely a point of sale, but we can attach to it waiting, reservation, loyalty program. And those work seamlessly together, perfectly together. Once you check out at our cashier, directly your phone will ring and says, congratulations, certain point has been added to your loyalty program through LazyWeight solution. This is a slight example. You can book your waiting, and once your table is ready, the phone will ring and says, of course, through point of sale, the store manager will say, we're ready to serve Steve, for example. Automatically, it will show up in your cell phone. All this information collected from all of the channels within our solution will show up in the portal, the cloud portal we have, and based on this data and the KPIs we do through the dashboard, you can make the wisest decisions, we believe.
Thank you. I think we'll leave it there on questions. So is there one more question there? No. Okay. Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us on to our fourth startup of the pitch session. So we have Mirza Azrar, who will be representing DMARC 360. So let's have a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Good late afternoon, everyone. DMARC 360. In the world of cybersecurity, there is an elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. That is that email impersonation is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now, on a daily basis, globally, there are millions of people who are impacted by email fraud, so much so that some of them lose their entire life saving. The solution is that every single email should be digitally signed. But that is pretty much impossible when you look at that the global email users are 4 billion and individuals cannot really manage all the digital signature keys.
To address this issue, these tech leaders came together in 2014 and started the DMARC framework, which takes the burden away from 4 billion users to email admins of 140 million email sending domains. Now, this implementation requires a technology platform, and that is where we come in. The two co-founders and Shahid, Shahbaz, and Zainab were in the audience.
Now, let's look at the market size. Currently, only 1% of the organizations globally have really adopted DMARC. Only if 25% of the global organizations implement DMARC, we are looking at an annual recurring revenue of $100 billion.
Competing for this revenue, there are 10 major vendors around the globe. We started our research a year ago, started developing the technology 6 months ago, and launched the company 3 months ago, and have already acquired 15 major customers, including 2 central banks, and are in discussions with 50 potential customers to come on board within the next 3 months, targeting 500 by the end of this year, giving us a recurring revenue of $2 million a year.
Inshallah. And that would just be the beginning. Okay. The real challenge for us is how to exponentially grow the adoption rate of DMARC globally. Then it means that we have to make it really easy, efficient, and economical. And that will, if we crack that successfully, it takes us to our next challenge, which is to build an AI engine which can detect and block email fraud in real time, even for the individuals who are not participating in the scheme of this digital signatures.
Our strategy of increasing the adoption rate will make us the first to develop a platform, a multilingual platform, offering online certification and training on DMARC. We have also initiated research on the adoption rate to encourage various regulators to mandate DMARC globally.
Well, thank you. That's our road to positively impacting millions of lives around the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time for some questions, please.
Sorry, guys, that was great, great pitch. But what exactly is the platform?
Okay, the platform is there to receive all the aggregated and forensics reports. Whoever implements that, they need the visibility of what's going on in their email. So we receive all their reports and we translate it in a readable format. We find out what's going on with their emails, who is receiving it and who is sending out spoofed emails on their names.
Yes.
Okay, and there's quite a lot of competitors in this. When you go to a bank, pitch to me, tell me what's different. I'm a bank, what's different about you guys?
Okay, first of all, the part which makes us unique, at least in this part of the world, is there is nobody available in this part of the world. The challenge is in implementing, and that's where we are automating it. In our platform, once we put in your records, automatically the system starts telling you what needs to be done on your side. And that we are growing on as well.
I basically had the same question, but I'm also curious. You said you have 2 million in revenue?
We will be getting to 2 million revenue by the end of the year if we get 500 customers on board. We already have about $75,000 booked in 3 months.
From where did you make it and how?
In the Arab world, 2 central banks and some other banks and organizations.
So you're currently serving 2 central banks?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Great pitch again, thank you. Could you just expand a little bit on the team, please, that's building this and getting it to market?
Oh, the team. Okay, so we have the technology director who is managing our technology side, and we have a research and development and company called EDX Labs that manages our finance and admin, so we can focus mainly on improving on the technology.
These 5 team
members. We can just focus on that.
Okay, and what's the relationship between those 2 businesses?
Oh, to us?
Yeah.
Between the 2 of us?
Well,
he's my son.
Specifically, sorry.
Sorry.
He's
He's the strategy and growth director, and I'm the CEO.
Sorry, so the business that's doing the regulation and the execution and everything versus this business, what's the relationship between those 2 businesses? If I'm an investor interested in getting involved with only one of those businesses, how does that relationship work?
Businesses?
EDX Labs.
Oh, EDX Labs is an R&D company, which is producing DMARC 360, also producing CTM 360, and another 2 technologies.
Okay, so this is one product business for...
Yeah, EDX Lab, it's not one, each of them are independent companies.
Okay.
EDX Labs is just an R&D company.
Since you are targeting cybersecurity issues, can you elaborate more about the team? Is it, I need to know what's the background of the team.
Background of the team. Me, myself, I'm a computer science graduate. I'm in business of cybersecurity for more than 20 years. I've been servicing in GCC.
Yeah. I'm an MIS graduate, and I've always been into cybersecurity. I've been researching. I've had previous jobs within this field. And people that we hire are all in IT fields, and we train them when they come on.
He did his first research when he was 15 years old.
Yeah, and that was on search.
And then we have Shahid, who is head of technology. He's already having an experience of 20 years. We have Zainab and Shabazz. They have about individually, like Shabazz had an experience of 3 years. Zainab joined us recently. She's a fresh graduate.
I saw when your son was presenting, you had a look of pride. Now it makes sense why you're looking at him like that. You saw that? Anyway, good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Well done, Mirza. Well done, Abdullah. Okay, next up we have our 5th startup of the pitch session. We have Rahul Babu, who will be pitching for Data Virgin. Please give a round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rahul. I am from Data Virgin.
So we do AI-based intelligence solution to enhance the search and discovery experience for e-commerce websites. So we help them to understand the search query, and we give them the actionable insights which they can use it for developing their customer experience better. So main challenge in the e-commerce for now is like, if you are searching for a mobile, you might can see mobile cover as well in the results. So that is frustrating for most of the users. So this is an example which we have actually found in the one of the world's largest e-commerce website. I searched for yellow shirt dress, but I am seeing other shirts also, like, which is not relevant to my particular search query. So this is another search query. I search for a sleeveless shirt, but I am seeing like all the shirts with sleeves. So what's the challenge is, like, nowadays, most of the e-commerce, what they are doing is keyword matching, which is actually not intelligent enough to understand what is that particular search query. So why they are not working? Because like they don't have a natural understanding. They don't have a like what that particular users want. They are showing what other users want. So our solution is specific, like we understand the natural language, we understand the products, we understand the what is that particular customer needs, and we give them the solution. So which can actually increase the, as per our studies, which can increase the 20% of the total revenue of that particular e-commerce website. So we are actually giving an actionable insight dashboard where they can, because like all the search queries will be passing through us, and we know what the users want. Even specific to that particular customer, we can say this particular user needs more of t-shirts than of shirt. So they can actually pitch into that particular customer regarding the coupons or some kind of a marketing towards that particular customer very easily. So this is kind of like proof of our concept. Like we search for a particular t-shirt with a particular brand, we are showing that. So we have spell checking, negation, season specific queries, occasion or festival specific queries. We can identify the size as well. So what the customer, the e-commerce websites get from us is, we can show what the particular users want, we can reduce the bounce users, we can increase the search response time for the results. So this is the market size. Actually in GCC itself, by 2020, it will be our $69 billion business. So
closing remarks, please. Thank you.
Yeah. This is my team. We are 4-member team. We are like 4-year experience in natural language processing and machine learning. And one of my mentor is actually working with Walmart in India. So thank you. That's it.
Well done. Thank you.
That was a great presentation. Well done. And I love the brand. I can't believe anyone hasn't come up with that brand before. It's a really clever name. And so where are you now with traction?
We are now with 2 very good pilots going on. One in US, which is named as differentbabe.com, and one in India known as Kuvu. It's online fashion e-commerce websites. So we are serving them for the pilots.
How fast does it take a company to bring you up to start with you?
It just takes 2 hours to integrate this.
I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about the revenue model, how the business generates money.
Our revenue model for small business is actually per query basis. How much query they are actually doing, we can charge it up on that. For medium scales, we are actually planning for a custom model where monthly basis they have a subscription amount they have to pay. For a large scale business, the same, but amount will be large.
I have a pretty tough question. I don't want to disappoint you, but aren't you competing with Amazon and Alibaba search engines?
So I haven't put the name in the first slide, but that is Amazon's results I was showing you.
Okay, because I know that Alibaba right now has entered the market, and you just take a picture of the t-shirt that you want, and then it gives you exactly the same.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah, but the issue with Alibaba, why they are not doing this particular in search query, they have huge amount of data. They cannot concentrate on one particular category, or like, let's say we are now concentrating on only on fashion e-commerce. So we know, like as of now, we have around more than 20K of product listing itself. That means we know much better in the fashion e-commerce or fashion products than them.
No, but they actually have fashion as well.
Yeah, but they are not showing the results which we are showing.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you go back to the market size? How you calculate these numbers? Since you are charging for the queries and this is the sales numbers.
Yeah, no, this is the e-commerce market size. So e-commerce market size in like total world, it will go up to 4.5 trillion by 2021.
Okay.
So if you are specifically targeting e-commerce customers, e-commerce websites, this particular market size can help us to improve our.
But this size for the market sales.
This is the market size for e-commerce.
Yeah, but you charge for queries, search queries. How you compare yourself?
For small businesses, we charge for search queries, number of search queries they are making. For like large customers, there will be fixed cost every month. It's kind of a subscription model.
Even with the fixed fees for every month, you cannot compare yourself with the sales market size.
This is market size of e-commerce.
Yeah,
This is not our.
what you need to boast is the queries market size, not the sales market size.
Like, I will give you an example. If some users come to a e-commerce website, they are searching, right? Then only they will see the results which are coming in. Or they can see whatever they are looking for. So this market size is directly proportional to our market.
I'm sorry, but I can search 100 times to buy something would cost me $2.
So let's say if, let's say I'm just giving an example. If 10K customers are searching in a second in Amazon, if Amazon is our customer, we get that 10K search queries in a second itself. So which can be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, Rahil. Thank you. And the final pitch of the session, we have Mahmoud Al-Abbas, who will be pitching for Work Hint. So give a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud. I'm the founder of Work Hint. With Work Hint, we're trying to Uberize the consulting industry. Okay. So Work Hint started with a problem. Like, there's an issue that I found in the industry. So we decided to found Work Hint. Literally, when you hire a consultant currently from Deloitte or big firms, they pay the consultants, they hire him for an average salary of $400, and they rent out for $3,700. You can take a look here. There's a huge problem with price and access to talents for SMEs, which makes it very hard for them to afford like the consulting services. So the solution is a web platform that empowers independent consultants to meet clients, deliver projects, get paid all from one place. It's better for clients and it's better for consultants because clients can save up to 30% from the hiring cost, and better for consultants because they can make more money working independently and have a better work-life balance. Here's a glance of our platform. It's an online virtual office, we call it, to meet, hire, and pay consultants all from one page. You can take a look here that the consultant have access to money transaction, to project management, and all the features that he needed in order to work with a client. So the market size, actually, the total addressable market for the gig economy markets is huge, 1.5 trillion, and the serviceable obtainable market is $191 million for the finance and marketing gig economy in the US and the GCC. Our target users, actually, the clients are funded startups and SMEs with sales of 5 million to 30 million riyal. And the consultants are graduates from elite schools, MBAs, and alumni from big firms. We have an innovative process, a growth hack strategy that helped us generate our consultants and attract our clients. We literally, it has been built in-house, and basically we attract both type of users using this strategy. So currently we have more than 1,000 consultants. We have a lot of Saudi consultants, and we've served some clients, and here's some reviews that we have. So the competitor landscape, you can take a look here. Workhand stands with the high quality, less expensive option for clients. Our team, my name is Mahmoud. I'm the founder and CEO. I'm the winner of the 100 Startups competition at Badr. And my programmer is Hrant. He's a developer, full stack developer. So we're looking for a seed fund. The seed fund to utilize it on different sources. One of them is sales, sales and marketing, and some of them is to develop an application, because currently we are a web-based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really great presentation again. Can you just expand a bit on the traction that you've currently got? What startup you're focusing on early stage businesses? How many are you working with, and how many the traction, the actual relationships you're building between consultants and businesses? How many users or?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I'm wondering if you can expand on the traction that you're currently seeing on the platform.
Yeah. So currently we have 1,000 consultants, and we have some clients that we served already. We've been operating for a few months only, and we spend $0 on advertising so far. So the big value that we provide for the clients, we prepare the project scope for any kind of service they are looking for. So they post it on a platform, and they are matched with the right consultant immediately within within a few hours. And we help them with the after-sales support. We make sure all the relationship between the client and the consultants is being aligned and being met. And thanks God, right now we all have 5-star success with serving the clients.
Good presentation, thank you.
Thanks.
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
One, I mean, how do you ensure quality control? So for example, somebody, or do you know the question? Go ahead, yeah, that's quality control.
Yeah, so for the quality for the consultants, we make sure that their account is linked to LinkedIn. So we make sure they are credible, they have some reviews and some recommendation from other people.
Do you interview them?
We have a review system.
Okay.
Yeah, so other than that, we only send invitation to the consultants. So that way we manage the supply of the quality of them. We make sure they have more than 10 years of experience in the field, and they are alumni or they are alumni from big firms.
Okay, my question was actually going to be if somebody asks for a consultancy or a report or whatever, and there's a dispute between the two.
We do have a customer service that manage that. Since we are small right now, we manage that process actually ourselves. We make sure the scope is aligned and agreeable between both. So we always put the preference to the client, by the way. So that way, if there's any conflict, we try to put, for example, money guarantee thing. We try to fix it in different ways. So it's a customer service thing, and I think we do it very, very well right now.
Okay, just 3 quick questions. How old are you? Not you, your company.
Oh, my company. I've been operating for 6 months.
Okay, and what's your revenue so far?
Currently, we've sold almost 15,000.
Okay, and what's your customer acquisition cost? If you don't know, you don't have to answer. You're not even a year old.
Well, I don't know exact, to be honest, but I think since we didn't spend a lot of advertising, so our hours spent on acquiring these these clients is the cost that we have, but I don't have a number for it right now.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Questions?
No. All right, thank you. Good to go.
Thank you. Round of applause. Well done. That concludes the pitches. If we could now provide the judges with a few minutes to consult and come up with a verdict. So please bear with us. Please remain in your seats, and then we will have the announcement very shortly. Thank you very much. Darren coming up? He's coming up. Is that third? On the back. Thank you all for your patience. The ink is literally drying on the checks as we speak, so hopefully we won't have any smudges. I'd just like to take this opportunity to once again thank Amazon Web Services. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do this roadshow, and it's taken us to some interesting places, and it's helped us to promote this event. I'd also like to thank the EDB. They provided support at each city that we went to in terms of building our network and spreading the word about Bahrain and Unbound Bahrain. I'd also like to say well done to the startups. I think we can all agree there was a very diverse range of solutions on offer today. The pitchers were very competent. They've been so patient across this event. They've pitched 3 times. They've been manning their exhibition booths. They've been having meetings. They've really engaged with the event, so I think we should give them a round of applause. Thank you. I'd also like to thank our judges. Your time given to us means a lot. It's really important for the event, and it's something the startups really get excited about. So let's give them a round of applause, please. Right, on to the announcement. I'd like to invite Darren to the stage, who's our head of innovation, to join me. And as is tradition, we'll start with a second runner-up, so third place. I'd like to welcome DMark 360. Congratulations. If you'd like to join us, they will receive $10,000 of Amazon Web Service credits. Well done, Thank you. Well done. Well done. Excellent. Right, on to second place. We have Work Hint. Congratulations. Well done. $15,000 of Amazon Web Service credits. Finally, we have the first prize.
We have to keep this with us?
If you could just remain on stage, we're going to have the judges up, and we're going to do a picture at the end. Thank you. So without further delay, first prize, I'd like to welcome to the stage Status. Congratulations. Here he comes, running down. Look at that. Well done, Pierre. Congratulations. Excellent. Right, I'd love to, if we could just invite the judges up on stage. We're just going to do a picture all together. Once again, thank you very much for your support. It's been a fantastic opportunity to run this event. And thanks again to the EDB and to Amazon Web Services. Thank you. Chaps, do you want to? Yeah. Go on. Show your checks off. Just while I have you, I'd like to inform you that the final session of the day takes place at 6 p.m. And we will be having Tim Draper. He will be calling in via video link. So please do stick around for that session. We obviously have a short break now, but please do. It's one of our highlight sessions. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming to this event. It's been fantastic. I do hope we see many of you next year. We also must thank our partners who have been instrumental in the success of this event, that being the Economic Development Board, and also the support of Startup Bahrain. I'd also like to thank our other sponsors as well. We've had our gold partners Zain, BIBF, Bahrain Airport Company, DR, Credimax, Kareem. The list goes on. Without their support, we again wouldn't be able to put this event on. I'd also like a special thank you to some of our community partners, including the likes of Flat 6 Labs and Brink and Middle East Venture Partners. They too have been instrumental in the success of the event, so thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, man.
talking about blockchain and building an ecosystem of innovation. So he should be live streaming now.
Hi, Bahrain. Can you hear me? Yeah, right? Can you point the video to the audience? Okay, you can point the video to the audience. Okay, we're good. Okay. So if there's a way to point the video toward the audience, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll just go. Okay. So welcome, welcome, Bahrain. I'm so sorry I'm not there with you today. I have just been in Riyadh and Dubai, and I missed being in Bahrain by one day. I had to come back to Los Angeles. So I'm very sorry, but I'm thrilled to be here. This is really very exciting. This is one of the most interesting times in the history of the world. Humanity is going through a major change. Let me explain what's going on. My view of what's going on. And my view is an unusual one because all of the people I talk to in the world, most of the people I talk to in the world are trying to change the way the world works. And they're looking 5 to 10 years out. So the way I look is 5 to 10 years out. And this is what I'm picturing. I think that there's some amazing changes going on in technology. That technology is going to affect all of us in many different ways. As the internet changed communication, information, and gaming and entertainment, media, those were all very interesting businesses, and those industries in the $10 to $100 million range. I believe that these new technologies are going to change the industries that are in the trillion and multi-trillion dollar range in market size. And the way I'm looking at it is this. And it all started with Bitcoin for me. Bitcoin was this decentralized currency that suddenly opened the world up. We now can move money across borders wherever we are. Imagine if you were a wealthy family in Syria and now you're a refugee in Greece. But a wealthy family in Syria can't take their Syrian money into Greece, but they could take their Bitcoin into Greece. And it's suddenly that starts you thinking that, wow, the world now has no borders when it comes to currency. Well, I think that there are going to be no borders in regards to many industries. And it's not just no borders. There are some other things that have happened. With Bitcoin came blockchain and smart contracts. And the blockchain created this perfect ledger. It means that every transaction is perfectly recorded. Well, those transactions could be currency, but they could also be data. And as currency, it really replaces the need for any accountant, because accountants, once who are accounting for all of this, accountants will have to rise to another more abstract layer, an abstract level, to provide the services that that we all value. But then when you start talking about perfect ledger on data, then you get into smart contracts. Smart contracts can make it so all our contracts are built into the cloud, and so that when we build a contract, it won't be some nebulous thing written on paper that the lawyers can all argue about. It will be a solid waterfall of money that flows in whatever direction it's supposed to flow. It could also be a solid contract of information. Okay, so those technologies are really interesting. And then the other technologies that are really interesting that are coming along are that databases are getting more and more diverse and bigger, and more pieces of data are being picked up in lots of different ways. Well, what that means to me is that all that deep learning technology can then be applied to artificial intelligence, and that with artificial intelligence, we're going to have better services in a lot of different fields. And I'll give you one example. And one example is in healthcare. Healthcare, just imagine this. First of all, you control all your own data, all your own medical records. And with those medical records, you put them up into the cloud, and you say, okay, we've got, let's see, you put all your medical records up, you put your blood test results, your genetic information, you put all the information you can think of into the cloud. But in addition, all of this this data that comes just as a factor of living, where you've eaten, what your Fitbit results are, who you've met, the people you've met, the places you've been, all that data now goes up into the cloud. And so then what happens is that there's much better data on what might have happened to you when, for instance, I got a bite when I was in Riyadh, and some sort of a bite. Well, if my doctor didn't know I'd been in Riyadh, then he never would have known that it was a certain type of mite or worm or whatever I got, because they're only around in Riyadh. So some interesting things might happen there, and we have a company called CloudMedics, and CloudMedics took the doctor test, and that's the test that says patient comes into the hospital and has his arm hurts, and he's got a big mole on the side of his neck, and he limps in because it says that his knee hurts, and he's lightheaded. What do you do? Well, it turns out that CloudMedics took the doctor test, AI bot, and the AI bot got an 86, and an 86 was 10 points higher than the average doctor. And when combined with the doctor, they got a 91, and it takes a 70 to pass. So just this one medical example tells me that all that really interesting data is going to provide better diagnostic tools than any doctor can ever provide on their own. And so that's going to change all of health everywhere. Now I'm going to use another example. Live in knowing and hope that the internet, inshallah. So here's where I think that that some major change could potentially happen. That's not financial related, even though all those financial industries are going to go through tremendous change. Government. Okay, so now extrapolate a little farther with these technologies, Bitcoin, blockchain, smart contracts, one end, and AI on the other end. AI is going to take all our jobs, everybody's job, anything that you do that is menial or repetitive or something that could be put into AI where big data does a better job than you do, is going to be replaced. I mean, venture capital, you can imagine a camera in the room talking to entrepreneurs, and the camera can detect things like incentive or drive or termination, or whether the entrepreneur is telling you the truth or not. And they can do potentially a better job than any human in the room. But I think you'll still need human with the interaction. But governments also are going to start seeing interesting things happen where they become decentralized. And as they become decentralized, that means that governments can provide services across borders. And that would mean that borders become even less relevant than they are today. And the tribalism and fiefdom that we have in government today will eventually, I believe, lease out to the governments becoming competitive, competing with each other across border. And one example is the Estonian government, who decided that they would issue a virtual residency. I'm the third virtual resident of Estonia. And by being that third virtual resident, it made me feel as though I could be provided services from an Estonian government while I was still living in America, and taxes. Well, eventually the services will start separating from the geographic borders. People will say, well, look, I can get better health care from the Canadian government, and I can get better Social Security from the Chilean government. So I'm going to pick and choose the government that is right for me for a given service. And that means that the governments have to get creative and start thinking about how they can provide better services to their citizens and potentially to the citizens outside of their geographic borders. And that's the beginning of what I started this discussion about, which is that humanity is going to go through a major shift. Because as those geographic borders become less relevant, we become more and more one humanity, one place. We're all a part of one big globe. We all live on the surface of this globe, and we're provided various services. The people who provide the cell phone or a tie or a suit or food will be competing with all those from all over the rest of the world. So will the government services. And a lot of those government services can be provided by artificial intelligence, and because artificial intelligence is inherently fair, that's straightforward. Now there will be governance, and those governments can do a guide the AI in one direction or another, but inherently those services are going to be fairer and provided. The interconnectivity and the network effects innovation and entrepreneurship, because when there is great change, entrepreneurs do extraordinarily well during a time like that. I have more networks out there, and because entrepreneurs come up with new ways of operating in all the turmoil, and we will have a tumultuous time. All of that change in government is going to create governments that do irrational things as opposed to the governments that are pushing us to the new direction. So, for instance, China suddenly made Bitcoin illegal, and they lost all of those entrepreneurs to, say, Japan, who said Bitcoin will be a national currency. Bitcoin is now a national currency in Japan. When a Bitcoin entrepreneur looks up and says, what I've been doing is illegal in this country, or even highly regulated, they will move to another country to do their work. An example of that is Binance. Binance was based in China. It built a $10 billion Bitcoin trading business, and China said what you're doing is illegal, and so Binance moved to Singapore. Then Singapore got heavy-handed in regulation, and then they moved to Malta. And suddenly there was a $10 billion business based in Malta, a whole new, and Malta was saying, yeah, bring it on, this is great. And so that competitive governance is not going to just be in services, but in how their regulations attract the entrepreneurial community, the business community, and just citizens. This is going to be a fun time, and I'm loving being in the venture business. We are actually changing ourselves. We're evolving ourselves. Our next fund ends up being something slightly different than the fund before, because we need to also advance and be global and be driven in that global way. So I know I've probably thrown a lot out there for you, and you may have a lot of questions. If you need to reach me, you've got a business plan, or you're an investor, or just curious, I'm Tim at saying that because I'm not there and I'm not handing out business cards. I just thought, well, I might get a lot of emails, but be gentle. But if there's something that's burning for you, feel free to send me. And I don't know, we're on Skype, so I don't know if anybody can ask me any questions, but I think we have a minute for questions.
Just getting you a question now, Tim.
Is anybody out there?
Oh, I can't do that, but does anyone have a question? Okay.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Can you hear? Fabulous.
Hi, can you hear me? Tim? Tim, can you hear? Can you hear?
No, just barely hear. Maybe when the booth can translate the question.
Yeah. So anyway, Tim, it's Mark Deitch with Rhubarb. How you doing? Can you hear?
Oh, I'm doing well. I think that's what you have.
Yeah. So apropos your comment, I'm considering moving Rhubarb here because Bahrain is the most crypto-friendly venue in the Gulf, and one of the most friendly in the world. And you should really come here and see what they're doing, because it's really quite amazing, the startup community here and the enthusiasm about blockchain. They've I believe, incubated their first exchange that's opening here in Bahrain. So it's a really interesting thing. But the question I had for you was, so please, if you can still come to Bahrain, I would highly suggest you come to Bahrain, because it's your kind of a country. But my question was, we were just talking about universal basic income. And as you know, with our platform, we create online juries who vote. And my feeling is that voting will become the universal basic income. We call it universal voter income, as a way to two things. One, to occupy people that have been displaced by technology, but possibly more importantly, to maintain the ascendancy of human judgment over AI. So just curious if you have a perspective on universal basic income. I know you started to talk about it. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to hear much of what you've said. We've got a really bad connection. So another reason to come to Bahrain. So you can be here in a couple hours, and we'll have dinner or whatever if you want to come over. Anyway, if you're interested, if you have a comment on universal basic income, and I'd love to talk to you sometime about universal voter income through the rhubarb system next time we have a chance to see each other. Thanks.
Terrific. Yes. We're digging into universal basic income. We think that could end up being a thing. We have one real positive and one possible negative. The real positive is that with universal basic income, people's basic needs are taken care of, and then the world can say, look, if you're not doing well, it's on you, or you've decided to live just off the universal basic income, and that's good. On the other hand, we don't want universal basic income to lower people's motivation to work. We want people to sort of have that drive to work. And people have tested it in about 5 or 6 different countries. In Uganda, it was incredibly successful. And it's been not as successful in Finland or in Oakland, California, where they're testing it now. It will be a great experiment, and of course can be done relatively cleanly and easily through Bitcoin or new currency that's sort of tied to UBI. Yes, I'm incredibly excited about what's going on in the MENA region. I have been to Bahrain, but only once, and I really need to go back. I know it's one of the most dynamic countries in the MENA district, the MENA region. And I also know that the whole MENA region is opening up, led by some of the bold moves by the Saudi government. And I think that has been, that's a real positive. I think we're very excited about all the interesting things that can be happening there. And the timing is extraordinary. And as China closes down, the Middle East opens up, this could end up being a really good time for the Middle East.
Perfect, thank you. Any more questions for Tim? No, that's all from questions. Any last words, Tim?
Well, I'm sorry you didn't hear me. But I'm sure somebody's recorded it and somebody can take a look. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I wasn't there physically, but the magic of technology, we were at least sort of able to communicate. I think this is one of the most exciting, to repeat, I think this is one of the most exciting times in the history of the world. All of humanity is going to go through a huge transformation. Those transformations are going to come because of these new technologies that started with Bitcoin and big data, and where artificial intelligence meets smart contracts. All the largest, most dynamic, or the least dynamic industries in the world are going to become the most dynamic industries in the world. That's going to change everything, finance, to healthcare, to government. So with that, I leave you, and thank you all for having me on.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Great, thank you everyone for staying around. That's it for Unbound Bahrain. I hope you had a good time, and we'll see you all next year.
So the guy said that he couldn't hear it. Could you hear it?
He's still here.
Oh, I'm still on.
You're
Hey,
still
guys.
on.
Okay,
Your friend wants another. Oh, sorry, he's gone. Thank you.